Chapter 1900 Madness. The Void Serpent was curled up and sleeping peacefully on the ceiling, and none of the present players dared to move for fear of awaking the world boss. They had never dealt with a world boss before, so they did not know how wide its perception range was. On the off chance that the Void Serpent discovered them, they would pay for their mistake with their lives. Guild Leader Black Flame, you're not planning to fight that Void Serpent, right? Illusory Words softly asked Sherfong. Although she understood that since Sherfong had brought them here, there was a 99% chance that the Void Serpent was his target, her sanity urged her to confirm her suspicion. For all she knew, this cavern might have two bosses, and they were actually here for the other one. It's this Void Serpent. Sherfong nodded. Illusory Words was silent for a long moment. She decided that Sherfong must be insane. That was a world boss they were talking about. Ordinary mythic monsters were no match for the Void Serpent, and magical tools were utterly useless against world bosses. In other words, they had no special means of weakening the Void Serpent. They would have to fight it at its peak. Even with their berserk skills, peak MTs wouldn't last more than a few hits. The Void Serpent would likely kill the other classes instantly. Moreover, the Void Serpent was a realm lord. Its skills, spells, and physique were far superior to mythic monsters of the same level. Defeating this monster would be even more difficult than facing the Emerald Dryad and its several hundred guards. Although their team of 1,000 Tier 2 players met the requirements to raid a level 60 world boss, they barely managed it. If they wanted to raid the world boss effectively, all 1,000 members would have to be level 60 and wear level 50 fine gold equipment or better. Taking a deep breath, Illusory Words looked at Sherfong and said seriously, Guild Leader Black Flame, let me say this. The dangers of raiding a world boss are too great. Crimson Emperor will only help you once. If it looks like we'll team wipe, Crimson Emperor's members will retreat. If she allowed 200 of her guild's Tier 2 experts to lose a level, her guild would suffer a massive blow. She would not follow Zero Wing in its descent into madness. Unyielding Heart, however, said nothing. He simply watched the Void Serpent before turning to Zero Wing's members. Vice Guild Leader, aren't you going to inform Zero Wing of your limits? Long Soul whispered. That's a world boss we're talking about. Our guild can't afford to lose so many Tier 2 players. Lately, the intensity of the struggle between Unyielding Soul and Starlink had grown. As a result, the guild needed its Tier 2 experts to manage many affairs. Unyielding Soul could not afford to weaken 200 of its Tier 2 experts for no reason. If the raid turned sour, they had to retreat to minimize their losses. However, Unyielding Heart did not answer Long Soul's question. Instead, he walked up to Sherfong solemnly. Guild Leader Black Flame, Unyielding Soul is willing to fight to the death alongside Zero Wing. In return, please consider selling Unyielding Soul a few pieces of MT equipment once the raid is over, Unyielding Heart said sincerely. Heart, are you insane? Unyielding Heart's proposal shocked Long Soul. Illusory Words also turned to the other Vice Guild leader, confusion flashing in her eyes. The various superpowers still relied on special tools for a small chance of defeating ordinary mythic bosses, yet not only were they about to raid a mythic world boss, but they also had to do so without any tools. Unyielding Heart was one of Unyielding Soul's supporting pillars of strength. He had invested a lot of time and effort into developing his guild. She couldn't understand why Unyielding Heart would take such a massive risk, especially with Unyielding Soul's current state in the Dark Knight Empire. Does Zero Wing really have a chance of defeating the Void Serpent? Illusory Words could not help but wonder as she swept a glance over Zero Wing's members. She couldn't see what ability Zero Wing had to face the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart ignored Long Soul's attempts to dissuade him. Instead, he remained focused on Sherfong as he continued. Of course, we will purchase the equipment at above market price as long as the items are level 60 fine gold weapons or equipment. The fact that Zero Wing intended to challenge a world boss had surprised him greatly, but he had witnessed the strength of Zero Wing's main force before. He doubted that the guild would attempt a challenge it wasn't confident of overcoming. After all, Zero Wing had dispatched 600 Tier 2 experts for this raid. Hence, he would gamble on Zero Wing's ability to defeat the Void Serpent. Even the various superpowers only had a small stock of top-tier level 55 equipment, let alone level 60 equipment. If he could acquire a few pieces of level 60 fine gold weapons and equipment for his MTs, It would definitely be of great help to Unyielding Soul during future team dungeon raids. Unyielding Soul had many expert teams, and a single Dark Corrosion set wasn't nearly enough to satisfy the guild's needs. All right, I'll see what I can do. Shifeng replied to Unyielding Heart's sincerity with a serious nod. Level 60 fine gold equipment for MTs was nothing to Shifeng. Selling a few pieces of such equipment in exchange for Unyielding Soul's full support in the following raid was definitely a worthwhile transaction. The difference between the combat power willing Tier 2 experts wielded and that of experts who were prepared to flee at a given moment was like the difference between heaven and earth. Thank you, Unyielding Heart said. Normally, when a guild employed another guild's experts to take down a powerful boss, it wouldn't sell any of the loot. Such items were crucial to strengthening a guild's teams and weren't usually available on the market, after all. Has Unyielding Heart gone mad? Does he really believe Zero Wing can succeed? Chaos gripped Dawnmaster's mind as he watched Unyielding Heart thank Shifeng. After witnessing the exchange between Unyielding Heart and Shifeng as they discussed the Void Serpent's loot, he wondered if the monster coiled on the ceiling was truly a world boss. He also wondered if the two players knew what a world boss was. After discussing the agreement with Unyielding Heart, Shifeng began to split the team into smaller groups and designated tasks to each. The Void Serpent would transition through a total of 9 different combat methods as the raid progressed, and all 9 stages would be extremely dangerous. A single mistake could result in a large number of deaths. However, all of these players were experts, and many of them had even reached the refinement realm. As long as they were instructed properly, they could avoid any major mistakes. Then, they'd see if the boss would die before the team was annihilated. Since there are no problems, all MTs and magical class players come here to collect a dish. I'll call up the physical class players after to collect their share, Shifeng announced after organizing the team. Following which, under Shifeng's instructions, everyone received the dishes Shifeng handed out. What a powerful master dish. Illusory Words was stunned when she accepted a bowl of frozen bone soup. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to be capable of securing such a top-tier dish. She was no stranger to chef's products. She knew that some dishes could enhance players' combat power. Unfortunately, most of the buff's food and beverages provided were minor, but this master dish increased her intelligence by 10%. The frozen bone soup could already rival a master potion. Moreover, the dish's effect would even be effective against a world boss. This buff reduced the raid difficulty by a considerable margin. Kola, start the raid. Everyone else, follow the plan. Shifeng commanded once his teammates were ready. Hearing Shifeng's command, Kola, who had long since grown restless, grinned fiercely as he charged forward to attract the Void Serpent's attention. Chapter 1901, Terrifying Defense. Inside the crystal-filled cavern, after Shifeng gave the command to attack, the first MT party, led by Kola, charged straight at the Void Serpent. The other groups fanned out to set up an encirclement. As the Void Serpent was gigantic, even if they didn't fully understand the boss's attack range, it was common sense to stand apart from each other. If they stood too close to each other, they would present the world boss with a target-rich environment, which would easily result in a team wipe. When Kola's party got within 500 yards of the Void Serpent suddenly opened its amber eyes. An unprecedented killing intent immediately washed over everyone, causing their hearts to skip a beat. At this moment, it felt as if countless threads bound their bodies, impeding their movements. Dirty and pitiful mortals, you dare step into my territory? I'll have you join the dust that fills this space. Following which, the Void Serpent let loose an angry roar. A silver ripple spread across the entire cavern, with the Void Serpent as the center, the ground cracking as it came in contact with this ripple. In the next moment, a mud wave swept into the surroundings, taking only a brief moment to reach Kola's party. Defend! Kola shouted hurriedly when he saw the approaching 4-meter-tall mud wave. The other 5 MTs in Kola's party were level 57 and level 58 MTs from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. With Kola as the core, they quickly fell into a defensive formation. Following which, Kola activated the Tier 2 Skill Guardian Wall, which increased the defense of himself and players within a 10-yard radius of himself by 30% when blocking frontal attacks. In the next moment, A wall of light formed by 6 shields appeared before the healer party positioned behind Cola's party. Boom! When the mud wave crashed into the wall of light, the powerful impact sent Cola's MT party stumbling backward, the HP of the 6 MTs decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Only after the 6 MTs had retreated by 8 yards did they manage to stabilize their footing. After suffering the Void Serpent's AoE attack, the MTs of Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had lost at least 50,000 HP each. Each of them had a maximum HP below 80,000. Hence, that one AoE attack had instantly taken more than half of their HPs. This outcome caused everyone in the team to gasp involuntarily. So, this is a world boss? Illusory Words, who was part of the healer party standing behind Cola's party, was stunned as she looked at the Void Serpent, which had already lowered itself to the ground. With just one roar, the Void Serpent had inflicted over minus 50,000 damage each on the frontline MTs, who could be considered among the best MTs in God's domain right now. If that AoE attack had been a powerful melee attack instead, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this point, she truly wondered how Zero Wing planned to raid the Void Serpent. Did they even have a chance at victory? However, although Illusory Words doubted Zero Wing's success, that did not affect her healing speed in the slightest. Right after seeing the MTs receiving damage, she started double casting 1 Tier 2 Healing Light and 1 Tier 1 Recover on Cola, fully displaying her abilities as one of the 10 great clerics in God's domain. Why is his HP? After Illusory Words finished casting her healing spells, she suddenly noticed that Cola still had close to 80% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, thanks to her healing, his HP instantly recovered to full. However, before Illusory Words could figure out what was going on, the Void Serpent several hundred yards from the team's front line launched another attack. After the boss let out a hiss, countless Void Spears appeared around it. The Void Spears then shot toward Cola's MT party in a blur, a series of sonic booms echoing throughout the cavern. "Everyone, stand behind me!" Cola shouted urgently when he noticed the frightening power contained in those Void Spears. Although the 5 other MTs had been healed back to 70% or so, if they were to receive this terrible attack without activating their life-saving skills, they were likely to get killed. After hearing Cola's command, the 5 MTs and 6 healers promptly lined up behind the Guardian Knight. In the next moment, the Void Spears crashed into Cola's shield one after another. However, not every Void Spear landed on the shield. Some brushed past his body and tore holes into his black cloak. Meanwhile, due to the Void Spear's strong destructive power, the Black Cloak's durability zeroed out instantly, the Black Cloak itself disintegrating into nothingness. The Black Cloak's disappearance exposed the silver suit of armor Cola wore, which shone with the glow unique to fine gold equipment. Crimson runes could be seen engraved all over the silver armor, and judging from how the runes matched perfectly, it was obvious that the suit of silver armor was fine gold set equipment. Meanwhile, with the Black Cloak gone, Cola's attributes were also on display for all to see, his maximum HP of 118,600 revealed to everyone. Moreover, as the Black Cloak was no longer present to suppress Cola's aura, the Tier 2 MTs standing behind him suddenly felt a powerful pressure bearing down on their bodies. How is this possible? Illusory Words fell into a daze when she saw Cola's HP bar. Even the strongest MT in Crimson Emperor had only a little over 80,000 HP after including team buffs. Yet Cola had close to 120,000 HP. Moreover, Cola's defense was also as unbelievably high as his HP was. Despite not having activated any life-saving skills, Cola had lost less than 40,000 HP after receiving all those Void Spears. If it were any other Tier 2 metric tons standing in Cola's place just now, they would have been killed instantly by those Void Spears. After all, the Void Spears were a completely different attack from the Mud Wave before. The Mud Wave had simply been a casual greeting from the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, the Void Spears were the result of a spell. Those Void Spears should be much more powerful than the Mud Wave. At this moment, Illusory Words wasn't the only one surprised by this revelation. The other Tier 2 MTs in Cola's party were similarly stupefied. As they were also MTs, nobody understood more clearly than they did just how frightening a Tier 2 metric tons with close to 120,000 HP was. What kind of set equipment is he wearing? It's actually capable of forming a protective barrier around his body. I've seen every level 50 fine gold set equipment for MTs available in the game, and this is definitely not one of them. He's most likely wearing level 55 fine gold set equipment. Zero Wing is amazing. It actually managed to get its hands on this sort of set equipment. As the other Tier 2 MTs were very close to Cola, they could see that a faint layer of mana covered Cola's silver armor, forming a protective barrier that mitigated the Void Spear's damage tremendously. This situation was simply unbelievable. They had never seen fine gold set equipment like this before. Is this the reason why Black Flame is confident of defeating the Void Serpent? When Illusory Words looked at Cola's bear-like figure, she more or less understood why Zero Wing dared to challenge a world boss. The most important requirement when raiding a boss was a powerful MT. As long as a team had an MT capable of tanking the boss, then the raid definitely had a chance of succeeding. While everyone was still in shock, Cola took the initiative to charge at the Void Serpent. He wanted to get within attacking range of the Void Serpent as quickly as possible. However, the Void Serpent showed no signs of relenting as it continuously launched Void Spears at Cola from a distance. Meanwhile, the healer party led by Illusory Words kept healing him. Although each wave of Void Spears dealt close to minus 40,000 damage to Cola, the healers were still able to keep him alive and healthy without much effort. After all, Cola's massive HP granted Illusory Words and the others a lot of leeway when healing. They could afford to cast powerful healing spells, which had long cast times. After running for a short moment, Cola arrived before the Void Serpent. Foolish mortals, all your efforts are futile. Upon seeing Cola closing in on itself, the Void Serpent sent its tail whipping at the Guardian Knight. Despite its gigantic size, the Void Serpent's tail moved with lightning speed, so fast that it even tore space. The strong air pressure the tail created impeded the movements of the other Tier 2 MTs, which turned sluggish. They couldn't help Cola block the attack in time. However, unlike the other MTs in his party, Cola remained completely unaffected by the powerful air pressure, swiftly raising the Titan Guard to block the attack. Boom! The ground beneath Cola shattered. The impact was so powerful that even the players standing over 100 yards away could feel the ground underfoot shaking. When everyone present saw the devastated terrain before the Void Serpent, they stared in stupefaction despite themselves. The Void Serpent's frightening destructive power woke a sense of hopelessness in everyone. As the dust settled, everyone quickly noticed a figure standing amid the dirt and rubble. This figure was none other than Cola. Meanwhile, beside Cola's body lay the Void Serpent's tail. He managed to block even that. When everyone saw that Cola still retained over half of his HP, they could not help gaping in shock. Chapter 1902, Overwhelming DPS. Crap! Just how high is his strength attribute? Hunting Blade, who was currently prepared to close in on the Void Serpent, could not help his surprise when he looked at Cola. He could not bring himself to believe that Cola had actually managed to offset the power of the Void Serpent's tail strike. Although he was currently equipped in the Dark Corrosion set, he wouldn't have had the strength to offset the Void Serpent's attack without activating a Berserk skill. He would only have been able to receive the attack head-on. The Void Snake's simple, physical attack had deformed its surroundings to such an extent. Its strength was so great that the resulting shockwave had sent the 5 Tier 2 MTs near Cola flying back over a dozen yards. The party of healers, who stood roughly 30 yards away from Cola, also nearly lost their footing. While offsetting a monster's attack was easy for expert players, the precondition for doing so was for the strength of both sides to be roughly equal. If a player tried to defend against an attack that carried strength far superior to their own, they would either go flying or get crushed on the spot. Yet, despite Cola not having activated a Berserk skill, he had managed to offset the Void Snake's attack. Cola's strength was simply extraordinary. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart, who stood a short distance away from the Void Serpent, was similarly shocked by this outcome. Although he had known that Cola possessed frightening attributes since the Eclipse Throne raid, Cola was like a completely different person compared to back then. If Cola went to raid the Eclipse Throne right now, the dungeon raid would definitely be a piece of cake. Heal Cola. Everyone else, move according to the plan once Cola stabilizes his aggro. Shifeng instructed through the team chat after seeing Cola arrive before the Void Serpent. Shifeng did not find Cola's performance surprising even in the slightest. After all, Cola was equipped with not only a fragmented legendary shield, but also a 6-piece level 70 fine gold set equipment. For him to be able to tank a level 60 world boss was very normal. Of course, Cola was still far from capable of dealing with the normal level 80 Flame Demon King. He would be able to tank the level 80 world boss all by himself only if he activated a Berserk skill. After hearing Shifeng's reminder, the healer party promptly snapped out of their daze and started healing Cola and the others. In the meantime, the 9 100-man DPS teams slowly closed in on the Void Serpent from all sides. The Void Serpent was a world boss known for its single-target offensive capabilities. Only with an extremely powerful MT would players have a chance when raiding it. After Cola stabilized his aggro on the Void Serpent, the majority of the team started launching attacks at the world boss. The melee players struck at the Void Serpent's sides, while the ranged players mercilessly bombarded the Void Serpent's head with spells and arrows, using their attacks to disrupt the boss's vision. With several hundred players attacking the Void Serpent simultaneously, a series of damages rapidly appeared above the boss's head. Minus 6,064. Minus 7,348. Minus 5,541. Practically everyone's attacks dealt damage in the thousands, an outcome that rendered many people speechless. Why is this boss's defense so high? Unyielding Heart frowned involuntarily upon seeing everyone's damage. Even he had barely dealt over minus 10,000 damage after using a Tier 2 skill. Compared to other mythic bosses he had fought against before, the Void Serpent's defense was significantly superior. As a Tier 2 Berserker, when he fought against an ordinary mythic boss, his Tier 2 skills could easily deal around minus 30,000 damage. With their team's overall DPS, they would most likely take a very long time to kill the Void Serpent. After attacking for 5 seconds, they had barely managed to chip away a little over 1% of the Void Serpent's HP. However, when the world boss's battle recovery kicked in, its HP actually reverted to full. What? Illusory Words could not help but be surprised when she saw this situation, wondering what the Void Serpent had just done to recover so much HP. While everyone in the team was puzzled by this situation, Shifeng knew exactly what was going on. This was the effect of the Void Serpent's self-healing passive skill, which doubled its battle recovery. In other words, the Void Serpent regenerated 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. This boss also had another passive skill called Void Body, which have the damage it received and reduced chances of critical hits occurring by 70%. These two passive skills made the Void Serpent extremely difficult to deal with. If a team lacked DPS, it would only be slowly whittled to death. Aqua, you guys can start attacking now, Shifeng said to Zero Wing's main force members, who had arrived behind the Void Serpent. Understood. Aqua Rose promptly commanded Zero Wing's main force to attack. At this moment, the advantage and attributes Zero Wing's main force members possessed revealed itself. Every one of them dealt at least minus 8,000 damage with their attacks. In the case of Aqua Rose, Flying Shadow, Shadow Sword, and Blackie, their attacks delivered at least minus 15,000 damage. Occasionally, Aqua Rose would use a powerful water-type spell and inflict over minus 20,000 damage on the world boss. As for Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Zhao Yueru, and Alluring Summer, every one of their attacks reaped a minimum of minus 20,000 from the boss's HP occasionally. They would use a powerful skill that wreaked around minus 40,000 damage. Moreover, none of these damages were due to critical hits. How are they dealing so much damage? Even when I used a Tier 2 curse, I only managed to deal around minus 13,000 damage. How are they dealing over minus 40,000 damage with normal Tier 2 spells? Crap. Just what kind of equipment are they using? The members of the 2 super first-rate guilds found this situation unbelievable. They were all experts of super first-rate guilds. Quite a few of them were even refinement realm experts. Although they were not the strongest in their respective guilds, they were still in the upper ranks. If placed in a first-rate guild, they would undoubtedly rank at the very top. Due to Zero Wing's main force taking action, 3 distinct tiers immediately formed in the team's DPS counter. The first tier was occupied by humanoid monsters like Gentle Snow. The second tier was occupied by Aqua Rose, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Unyielding Heart, Long Soul, Dawnmaster, and other peak experts. Finally, the third tier would consist of players like themselves. Moreover, the gaps between each tier were so massive that there was simply no comparison between them. Meanwhile, due to Zero Wing's main force members joining in on the attack, the Void Serpent's HP finally started decreasing. Even so, the decline was still extremely slow. 99%, 98%, 97%. After several minutes of battle, the Void Serpent's HP finally fell to 85%, its first HP bar emptied. Suddenly, the Void Serpent let loose an angry roar. Irritating ants. Turned to dust. In the next moment, the Void Serpent incanted, Children of the Void, Breath of the Wild Wind, Sword of the Sharp Blade. Turn into my hands and rend everything apart. Everyone, pay attention to dodging. Do not try to receive the attack, no matter what. Shifeng shouted hurriedly when he saw the Void Serpent starting to cast a spell. After the Void Serpent spent 3 seconds chanting, Void Blades suddenly appeared in the sky and rained down on the ground, covering a 200-yard radius around the boss. For a time, countless Void Blades bombarded the vicinity of the Void Serpent. In addition, the attacks of the Void Blades did not follow any pattern whatsoever. Tier 4 Domain Skill Void Storm. The descending Void Blades forced everyone to focus entirely on evasion. Now, players had to move constantly to dodge the Void Blades. This situation increased the raid difficulty by a large margin. Moreover, after using Void Storm, the Void Serpent still showed no signs of letting up on its offensive. Suddenly, its body started radiating a silver glow. A moment later, its gigantic body split into 2 smaller versions of itself, its real body and a doppelganger. A doppelganger skill? Illusory Words' complexion darkened immediately. Among the multitude of skills boss monsters could possess, doppelganger skills were the most troublesome. Although doppelganger skills would reduce the overall attributes of the boss, the reduction would not be significant. With how powerful the Void Serpent was, MTs other than Cola still wouldn't be able to tank its doppelganger easily. Just as the doppelganger was about to strike at a nearby team, a figure suddenly appeared above it. In the next moment, a blue lightning bolt struck down on the serpent doppelganger's head, the blow forcing a cry from the doppelganger as its body crashed straight into the ground. The impact formed a massive crater with web-like cracks spreading out into the surroundings. Chapter 1903, Combat Power Unleashed. As the team watched the serpent doppelganger smash into the ground, they gaped in shock before turning to Shifeng and the glowing, blue longsword in his hand. Although the Void Serpent's doppelganger was not as strong as the main boss, it rivaled ordinary mythic monsters, yet Shifeng had slammed it into the ground with brute force. The scene was on par with watching an ant topple a lion. It was hard to believe. Moreover, Shifeng's attack had dealt over minus 60,000 damage to the Void Serpent's doppelganger. Seeing this, the Tier 2 berserkers broke out in a cold sweat. Before his teammates could recover from their shock of seeing such a formidable performance, Shifeng brandished the abyssal blade and killing ray against the doppelganger once again. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. Sword lights glittered around Shifeng, and the watching players were overwhelmed as they watched his rapid attacks. Damages of over minus 20,000 appeared above the doppelganger's head, one after another. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had landed over a dozen attacks on the doppelganger. In terms of DPS, not even Fire Dance and her companions, members of the first tier, were no match for Shifeng. Everyone, focus your fire on the doppelganger, Shifeng shouted after launching a series of attacks. Be careful to dodge the Void Blades. All MTs except Cola, protect the healers. Don't get greedy when attacking, and do not look into the doppelganger's magic eyes. Ranged DPS, use your strongest moves on the doppelganger's eyes on my command. The serpent doppelganger was a part of the Void Serpent. If they killed the doppelganger, the real Void Serpent would take a corresponding amount of damage. However, if they did not kill the doppelganger within a set time, the doppelganger would automatically disappear and heal the Void Serpent for a considerable amount of HP. They needed to kill the doppelganger immediately, or the Void Serpent would chip away at the team until they were all dead. Meanwhile, the serpent doppelganger's power wasn't its strength, but its passive skill, Void Magic Eyes. Players would be briefly paralyzed if they looked directly into the doppelganger's eyes. In addition, the doppelganger could use the Tier 4 spell, Void Freeze, through its gaze. When cast, The spell would prevent all players within 150 yards of the doppelganger from using any skills and spells for 30 seconds. While players faced both the Void Serpent and its doppelganger, they'd team wipe if they couldn't use skills or spells for so long. Fortunately, there was a simple method of avoiding that outcome. They just had to destroy the doppelganger's eyes. All of these players were experts, and as Sherfong gave the command, the team redirected their attacks to the doppelganger. Every member of the team fully displayed the technique standards of guild experts. They easily avoided 2 or 3 void blades as they flew towards them while maintaining their attacks against the serpent doppelganger. If ordinary experts attempted to challenge this boss, they'd be at their limit just trying to dodge the void blades. They would have no energy for anything else. With Kola tanking the real Void Serpent and Sherfong, who had activated Heavenly Dragon's Breath, keeping the serpent doppelganger, which couldn't be aggroed, busy, the rest of the team was free to attack without worry. Whenever the doppelganger was about to cast Void Freeze, Sherfong instructed the team's ranged players to bombard the monster's eyes. Not only did the serpent doppelganger rapidly lose HP as a result, but the monster was also unable to deal any damage. So this is the Sword King's strength? Illusory Words felt her admiration for Sherfong grow as she watched the man assault the monster, dodge void blades, and command the battle effortlessly. Despite such an intense fight against a mythic boss, Sherfong issued accurate and efficient commands for the team, effectively preventing one crisis after another. This ability was far more impressive than individual strength. When challenging a boss, there was a limit to how much an individual could achieve with their own strength. Only a cohesive team could effectively defeat boss monsters. Hence, leadership in a team was very important. With good leadership, a team could avoid unnecessary losses. This was also why the various large guilds and adventurer teams valued players with leadership skills. While an adventurer team's commander didn't need to be the strongest player on the team, they had to be able to command it. Not only was Sherfong ridiculously powerful as an individual, but he was also capable of commanding a 1,000-man team so precisely. After about 2 minutes, the serpent doppelganger, which had 40 million HP, fell, transforming into a gray smoke before flowing back into the Void Serpent as the doppelganger died. The Void Serpent instantly lost 40,000 HP, while the team hadn't lost a single player. After dealing with the doppelganger, the various guild experts refocused on the Void Serpent. 75%, 60%, 50%. When the Void Serpent's HP fell to 50%, it only had 4 HP bars remaining. At the same time, magic arrays began to manifest around the fight, and after a short moment, they merged to form a massive blue magic array. Suddenly, translucent creatures began to pull themselves out of the blue array, and in seconds, hundreds and thousands of them joined the battlefield. The weakest of these monsters was a level 55 lord, while the stronger creatures were level 60 great lords. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they saw the army of translucent creatures. It was as if the Void Serpent had opened a gate to another world, and the world's monsters poured out of the gate. Everyone, activate your berserk skills and attack the boss with everything you've got. Sherfong gave the blue magic array a serious look. This spell was one of the Void Serpent's team wipe moves, Void's Descent. If players did not reduce the Void Serpent's HP to 30%, the boss would continue to channel Void's Descent and summon more Void creatures to the battle. There was no limit to the number of Void creatures this ability could summon, either. In the past, the first players to raid the Void Serpent had been very high-leveled, some of which had already reached Tier 3. They had been able to cope with the endless army of Void creatures easily, as a result. However, the majority of Sherfeng's team hadn't even reached level 60, much less reached Tier 3. If they didn't drop the mythic boss's HP quickly, they'd definitely team wipe. It was at this moment that the players understood that they couldn't afford to hold back against so many Void creatures. These players immediately activated their berserk skills as instructed, their basic attributes skyrocketing. They then tried to maintain their attacks against the Void Serpent while fighting the waves of summoned creatures. Fortunately, the Void Serpent would not move or attack while it summoned its Void creatures. Multiple Void creatures assaulted every player on the team, and although they were all experts, the fight still crawled to a stalemate. Only Kola, Fire Dance, and the other humanoid monsters were able to cope with the summoned monsters. Sherfong didn't hold back, either, as he activated Power of Darkness. He even used Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash, and every Abyssal Blade Phantom repelled a Void creature. With 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms defending him, none of the Void creatures could get close. Without having to worry about the surrounding monsters, Shifeng and his doppelganger were free to launch a frenzied assault against the Void Serpent, each attack dealing more than minus 50,000 damage. Following suit, Zhao Yueru and Alluring Summer cast one large-scale destruction spell after another, targeting the world boss. 48%, 47%, 46%. Although the Void Serpent's HP continued to fall, the team began to suffer casualties as it faced the endless torrent of Void creatures. Normally, players employed Zerg tactics when raiding bosses, but this boss had turned the tables. The team experienced how frightening a boss's Zerg tactics could be, and every one of its Void creatures was either a Lord or Great Lord. 50 players had died in less than a minute after the Void Serpent had begun to summon Void creatures. Vice Guild Leader, at this rate, will team wipe. Let's hurry and retreat, Dawnmaster, who held off 2 Great Lords and 3 Lords, hurriedly suggested. Although they held on, that would change as more Void creatures joined the battle. Sure enough, a world boss is too much for current players. Illusory Words frowned as less than 800 members of the team remained standing. Crimson Emperor had already suffered over 30 casualties, and most of the survivors' HP constantly danced in and out of the danger zone. The team's healers simply couldn't keep up. Everyone retreat. When they heard Illusory Words' command, Crimson Emperor's experts breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately formed a defensive circle and carved a path out of the battlefield. Once they had distanced themselves from the world boss, they used instantaneous movement magic scrolls, fleeing from the cavern. Now, only Zero Wings and Unyielding Souls members remained to face the Void Serpent. Meanwhile, the boss still had 39% of its HP remaining. Seeing this, Long Soul and Hunting Blade grew nervous, thoughts of urging Unyielding Heart to give the command to retreat surfacing. However, when Unyielding Heart saw that Shifeng held fast, he too chose to persist. Team members continued to fall. 650 people. 600 people. 500 people. Break. When less than 400 players alive on the team, Shifeng and his doppelganger used flame bursts simultaneously. One after another, damages exceeding minus 400,000 appeared above the Void Serpent's head. By the time Shifeng and his doppelganger finished their attacks, the Void Serpent's HP fell to 30%. As it did, the mythic monster stopped channeling its spell. The blue magic array vanished, and the summoned Void creatures disintegrated into ash. Foolish mortals, you will know despair. The Void Serpent lowered its head to look at the players before it, anger apparent in its gaze. The Void Serpent then spread its jaws and sucked in the Void creature's ashes. The translucent Void Serpent then slowly transformed into a creature of flesh and blood, expanding and growing larger. Sharp bones jutted out along its spine, and after a short moment, the Void Serpent transformed into a gigantic, pitch-black beast, exuding turbid gas that filled the cavern. Roar! With a roar, the cavern began to tremble, shaking debris from the ceiling. This boss can grow even stronger? Long Soul felt true despair as he stared at the mountain-sized Void Serpent. Even Unyielding Heart felt discouraged. Now the team had used up their berserk skills. How could they continue to fight the strengthened Void Serpent? It's finally in its complete state? Shifeng felt an intense pressure from the Void Serpent. It seems that we don't need to hold back anymore. Kola, unleash your combat power. When Kola heard Shifeng's order, all of his worry about the world boss vanished. Now only excitement and joy drove him. Leave it to me, guild leader. Kola grinned at the Void Serpent. He then charged at the monster without hesitation. Chapter 1904, Wargod of Fire. With a light whip of its tail, the Void Serpent shattered the ground before the temple. Everyone could feel the stone beneath their feet quake. The Void Serpent's peerless strength and the turbid black gas instilled a sense of despair, and to make matters worse, the boss still had over 167 million HP. Unyielding Heart. Get it through your head. Our guild cannot afford to sacrifice 200 Tier 2 players. We need to retreat immediately. Long Soul growled as he turned on Unyielding Heart. At this point, the raid's outcome was clear. They had struggled against the Void Serpent when they had still had 1,000 Tier 2 players, But now, not only had the mythic monster grown stronger, but the team also had less than 400 players remaining. With so few players, finishing this raid was impossible. Moreover, Unyielding Soul had already lost close to 100 players, a severe blow to the guild. This wasn't a dungeon. If players died, they would lose a full level. Even if the healers resurrected them and reduced their death penalties, the loss would still be painful. Everyone retreat. We cannot continue this crazy farce with zero wing. Hunting Blade, who stood beside the Void Serpent, commanded through the guild chat. Although Unyielding Heart was one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, he couldn't let the man risk the guild's future. However, as Unyielding Soul's members prepared to follow the order, Kola charged at the Void Serpent. The Guardian Knight showed no intentions of working with his companions to stop the world boss. Has he lost his mind? He's actually charging at the boss? Hunting Blade could not help but watch Kola in astonishment. While he acknowledged that Kola's attributes were frightening, without a berserk skill, the Guardian Knight had no hope of stopping the Void Serpent by himself. When the Void Serpent noticed Kola's approach, it squinted its amber eyes and swept its now scaly tail at the Guardian Knight as if sweeping away the dust on the ground. From afar, players noticed that space seemed to twist as the tail passed, barely withstanding the Void Serpent's strength. Come! Rather than shrink back in fear, Kola dashed to meet the attack. Just before the Void Serpent's tail struck the Guardian Knight, flames emerged from Kola's form. In the blink of an eye, Kola had transformed into a charging bonfire with a 6-meter radius, leaving his teammates confused. But despite the strange development, the Void Serpent had no intentions of slowing its tail attack as it struck the moving bonfire. Pung! It stopped? Since everyone had assumed that the Void Serpent's attack would extinguish the flames, they were shocked by the true outcome of the clash. The gigantic, scaly tail had actually stopped before the humanoid torch, unable to proceed any further. The stone beneath the raging fire cracked, only stopping over 20 yards away. After the flames subsided, they revealed a 6-meter giant. The giant wore a full set of flaming, crimson armor, the flames' heat boiling the water in the air and turning the ground beneath it into lava. In addition, the giant wielded a flaming one-handed axe and a flaming shield. As the giant's aura washed over the team, they felt an intense pressure bear down on them. But it wasn't just a result of a difference in attributes. It was a result of a difference in life ratings. Before anyone could react, the flaming, armored giant sent a chop at the Void Serpent's tail. As the axe swung through the air, a sea of fire enveloped everything in a 30-yard cone before the giant. The burning weapon left a deep, scorched wound in the Void Serpent's tail as the mythic monster cried out in agony. A damage exceeding -80,000 also appeared above the Void Serpent's head, the attack's power astonishing the surrounding players. The injury enraged the Void Serpent, spreading its maw. The boss shot a spear of foul, black gas, and the spear flew so fast that not even the Tier 2 experts could keep up with the attack. Fortunately, the flaming giant reacted quickly, raising its flaming shield in time to stop the attack. The impact forced the giant to stumble 4 steps back, a damage of over -100,000 appearing above its head. The Void Serpent's destructive power had clearly improved. However, to everyone's surprise, the giant's HP bar had barely decreased despite so much damage. Upon closer inspection, they would have seen that the flaming giant had maximum HP of 12 million. With so much HP, over -100,000 damage was practically negligible. So this is the power of the Wargod of Fire? Once he had studied, Kola couldn't help but take a look at himself. He could feel that his physical control had reached unprecedented levels. In addition, his basic attributes were even higher than when he activated a berserk skill, especially his HP. Although he was still no match for actual monsters, he was leaps and bounds superior to other players and NPCs. Healers, focus on Kola. Everyone else, focus on the boss. Shifeng shouted. Even he was slightly surprised to see Kola single-handedly tank the Void Serpent. He hadn't dreamed that the Wargod of Fire transformation would be so powerful. Meanwhile, Shifeng's command shook everyone from their daze. Kola? That flaming giant is Kola? The revelation shocked Long's soul. So, this is the trump card Black Flame had prepared? Unyielding Heart was similarly astounded. At the same time, he envied Zero Wing a little. With such a powerful MT, Zero Wing would have no problems raiding level 60, 100-man team dungeons in the future. The guild would also collect level 60 top-tier weapons and equipment far faster than the various superpowers, securing a massive advantage. Meanwhile, Kola rendered the Void Serpent powerless thanks to his recent transformation. Although it launched a series of frenzied attacks, Kola stopped every one effortlessly. Moreover, since the mythic boss had entered its complete form, it had lost the effects of its passive skill, Void Body, and its battle recovery. From now on, all damage the boss received would be permanent. However, the Berserk Void Serpent wasn't an easy foe. From time to time, it launched AoE breath attacks, and players still had to cope with the Void Blades. The team steadily lost players. Once the situation had stabilized, Shifeng focused on his offense. After Phantom Kill's cooldown ended, he summoned his doppelganger and used Dragon Soul, transforming his doppelganger into a black dragon. Although the doppelganger would lose its weapons and equipment after transforming, the black dragon's life rating and strength surpassed Kola's by a large margin. Most importantly, the black dragon was a level 69 monster. Each time the black dragon attacked, it devoured a large chunk of the Void Serpent's HP. 24%, 20%, 16%. When less than 300 players remained alive on the team, the Void Serpent's HP had fallen below 1 million. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Icarus's heart, which he had reclaimed from Aqua Rose earlier. Using Instant Strike to appear before the Void Serpent, he brandished the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. One powerful skill after another struck the Void Serpent, devouring the final strand of HP the world boss possessed. With a frustrated cry, the Void Serpent's colossal body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1905, World-Class Loot. Watching the Void Serpent collapse to the ground, the players in the cavern breathed a deep sigh of relief. They had finally defeated the world boss. We did it. I nearly thought we were goners. Although all of these players were Tier 2 experts, some slid to the ground powerless after the battle had ended. The team had less than 300 survivors, and everyone was exhausted beyond belief. Their weapons and equipment's durability had been severely depleted, and had the battle gone on for any longer, they would have been at risk of losing the items during the fight. Moreover, the healers were nearly out of mana. They wouldn't have lasted more than a few minutes. Many players instantly rose from level 57 to 58 as the world boss had died thanks to the abundant EXP the Void Serpent had awarded. The boss's death had granted so much EXP that even a level 69 player like Shifeng watched his experience bar gain a sizable chunk. However, the survivor's attention was locked on the Void Serpent's loot, rather than the awarded EXP. After the Void Serpent had died, it had dropped a small mountain of items, including items, materials, and 4 dazzling treasure chests. The cavern's mana passively gathered around the small mountain of items, making it obvious that the loot was quite extraordinary. Seeing this scene, the staring players couldn't help but gulp. So, this is a world boss's loot? Long Soul, who had managed to survive raid, was dumbfounded when he saw the large mound of items. There were easily over 100 items, maybe even more than 300. Based on what he could see, more than 10 items radiated the signature glow effect of dark gold equipment. Even more items gave off the light of fine gold weapons and equipment. The Void Serpent was a level 60 world boss, so the weapons and equipment it dropped were likely all level 60 items. In the worst-case scenario, some items might be level 55. These were the best weapons and equipment available in the game right now. Furthermore, the pile contained several gold, glowing treasure chests. Just looking at all of them caused Long Soul's heartbeat to accelerate. Naturally, Unyielding Heart was similarly excited and envious upon seeing the small mountain. He hadn't expected the Void Serpent to drop so many items. Its loot could likely boost a 100-man team's combat power by a significant margin. Of course, the Zero Wing members present stared at the loot with brightly glowing eyes. Since they had participated in the raid, they'd have priority when purchasing the items. If they purchased the items now, they wouldn't have to spend as many GCPs than if they waited until the items showed up in the guild warehouse. This loot really is frightening. Even Shifeng was a little surprised to see so many items. Normally, a world boss only dropped a little more than 100 items, but it was obvious that the mound contained far more than that. Moreover, the Void Serpent had dropped extremely rare treasure chests. Following which, Shifeng began to organize the boss's loot, and the surviving healers turned to resurrect the dead, reducing the slain player's death penalties. Shifeng had only finished with the loot after the healers had returned all of the players to life. The Void Serpent had dropped a total of 413 items. Among them, 267 were rare and precious materials. None of the rare materials were available on the market, and 17 were even inferior legendary rank. Take the Void Serpent scales, for example. Void scales were natural armor kits and far more powerful than advanced mana armor kits. When equipped, not only would one of these scales reduce incoming damage by 10%, but it would also improve physique by 5% and basic attributes by 8%. Unfortunately, players were only able to equip one Void scale. Even so, just one offered a massive boost. The Void scales were especially potent on an MT's equipment. A total of 11 Void scales had dropped. There were also 4 Void fangs among the inferior legendary materials. The Void fang could be used to strengthen weapons. When used, they would grant the weapon the Void Rend effect, increasing damage by 10% and ignoring one tier of defense. The last 2 inferior legendary materials were bottles of Void Blood, each containing 100 drops. Not only was Void Blood a key component in activating the Otherworld gate, but it was also the main material to brew Void Wine. When consumed, Void Wine would permanently increase all attributes by 20 points and physique by 5%. Each bottle of Void Wine had sold for at least 600 gold during Shifeng's previous life, but even at that price, the various large guilds had fought to claim them. The Void Wine recipe was also among the 146 items the Void Serpent had dropped, although only master chefs could brew it. Of the 146 items, 35 were level 55 to 60 fine gold weapons and equipment, including the Mana Heart set, a level 60 fine gold set equipment for elementalists, and the Earthen Protector set, a level 60 fine gold set equipment for shield warriors. Unfortunately, both sets were incomplete. Only 4 set pieces of each had dropped. The rest of the fine gold items were individual pieces. As for dark gold rank, 16 level 55 to 60 weapons and equipment had dropped, including the Magic Storm set, a level 60 dark gold set equipment for magical classes. However, only 5 pieces had dropped. To complete the set, Shifeng would need to acquire 3 more pieces. The rest of the dark gold items were all individual pieces, the most valuable of which was the Magic Serpent Buckler. Although these fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment were considered top tier at this stage of the game, they were subpar at best compared to the remaining weapons and equipment the Void Serpent had dropped. Of the remaining weapons and equipment, 3 pieces were epic rank, and 1 was fragmented legendary rank. All of the fine gold and dark gold items combined weren't worth the total value of these 4. The 3 epic items that had dropped were the Void Robe, Void Gloves, and Sacred Word Staff. The Void Robe and Void Gloves were part of the Void Magic set, a bona fide epic set equipment. The 2-piece set effect alone increased the wearer's maximum mana and physique by 20%. The Void Magic set was definitely the best set equipment for magical classes at this stage of the game. After all, a magical class player's mana was the equivalent of a second life. As for the Sacred Word Staff, it was a top-tier staff that allowed players to cast their 1-second spells instantly. It also increased spell completion rate by 4%. However, these 3 epic items were nothing compared to the fragmented legendary item. Even this dropped? Shifeng was ecstatic when he saw the ring of 2 carved snakes, 1 black and 1 white. Almost everyone in God's domain had heard of this ring in the past. The Fate Ring. Chapter 1906, Fate Ring. Guild Leader, what is that ring? Aqua Rose, who stood nearby, asked in surprise when she saw the Fate Ring in Shifeng's hand. She could feel the mana density around her increase drastically. After Shifeng had stored the dropped items in his bag, the surrounding mana density had returned to normal, but the moment he had retrieved the Fate Ring, the mana density in a 20-yard radius around Shifeng had skyrocketed. In God's domain, items that passively attracted mana were incredibly rare. Even so, she had seen quite a few. However, this was the first time she had seen an item that could increase its ambient mana density so intensely despite being inactive. Looking at it now, It seemed as if the Fate Ring was the main cause for the intense mana around the Mountain of Loot. The Fate Ring, Shifeng said. It can help players develop until they reach the apex of God's domain. Help players develop to the apex? Aqua Rose was utterly confused. A top-tier weapon or equipment piece could significantly increase a player's combat power, and it would be a great help to the player's development, but even a fragmented legendary item's assistance would be limited. Yet, Shifeng claimed that the ring in his hand was capable of helping players reach the game's apex. No matter how she looked at it, he had to be joking. She had been Twilight Echoes, a first-rate guild honorary elder. Hence, she knew exactly how difficult it was for a player to reach the virtual gaming world's apex. It wasn't something someone could do by relying on one or two pieces of equipment. Furthermore, unlike other virtual reality games, the competition in God's domain was particularly intense. However, Shifeng simply smiled at Aqua Rose's confusion. He did not bother to explain further. On its own, the Fate Ring didn't have any particular powerful effects. In fact, one might even consider it a weak item. Aside from providing some basic attributes, the ring only had one skill. Moreover, the ring's basic attribute bonuses were standard for an ordinary epic item. Even if players acquired the Fate Ring, they might be embarrassed to call it a fragmented legendary item. However, when a first-rate guild had purchased the Fate Ring at an auction during Shifeng's previous life, its guild leader had changed his fate after equipping the ring, eventually becoming one of God's domain's top powerhouses. Even after 10 years, that guild leader had still been a godly existence. The achievement had invoked the other large guild's jealousy, and the superpower that had sold the ring had been racked with regret. This skill was incomparably powerful. When activated, it granted players an opportunity. However, the impact of the opportunity varied. A small opportunity would most likely lead players to a piece of mysterious iron equipment that was suited to them, while a larger opportunity could lead players to a fragmented legendary item. The skill had one downside, though. Using Fate Guidance had a massive cost. Each time a player wanted to use Fate Guidance, they had to expend 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal. Only after paying this price would the skill guide players to their opportunity. 7 Luminaries crystals were an important resource, necessary to construct one's mind space. The various large guilds treated them as peerless treasures. Nobody would sell a unit of 7 Luminaries crystal unless they had no other choice. Although the superpower that had acquired the Fate Ring had tested the ring's ability out of curiosity, it had quickly discovered that Fate Guidance was a fraudulent scam. Moreover, the scam knew no bounds. Of the 100 attempts the superpower had made, more than 90 had yielded mysterious iron weapons, equipment, and tools. The remaining attempts had led the superpower to secret silver items, and only one had led to a fine gold item. To the various large guilds, 1 unit of 7 Luminaries crystal was worth more than the latest top-tier dark gold weapon or equipment piece. Gathering dark gold items was, after all, several times easier than collecting 7 Luminaries crystals. No one would trade 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystals for a pile of junk, so the Fate Ring had switched owners multiple times until it had been claimed by the lucky first-rate guild. That lucky guild hadn't invested a lot of 7 Luminaries crystals before it had struck gold. Overall, the guild had only spent several dozen units before securing a large opportunity, which had yielded a fragmented legendary item. If given the opportunity, any power would be more than willing to trade several dozen units of 7 Luminaries crystals for a fragmented legendary item. As a result, the lucky first-rate guild had proceeded to invest a lot of 7 Luminaries crystals, but the guild had quickly discovered that the Fate Ring wasn't as kind as they had assumed. After investing several hundred units of 7 Luminaries crystals and getting nothing good in return, the guild had slowed its investment. Even so, the guild had occasionally tried its luck. It had only discovered the Fate Ring's secret after hitting a second jackpot and acquiring a Master Magic Array design. The Fate Ring only guaranteed one major opportunity once every 1,000 uses. However, spending 1,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals in exchange for one major opportunity was simply too costly. Meanwhile, God's domain had more than one Fate Ring. When this lucky first-rate guild had acquired its second Fate Ring, the ring's value had truly shined. After merging 2 Fate Rings, Fate Guidance granted a major opportunity once every 500 uses. Unfortunately, claiming the opportunities would become far more difficult, but it was still possible for ordinary expert players. Furthermore, players could acquire a top-tier item by simply spending 500 units of 7 Luminaries crystals, which was certainly a worthwhile price. Due to this change, the Lucky First-Rate Guild's guild leader had gradually collected top-tier weapons, equipment, and tools for himself, increasing his strength and eventually becoming one of God's Domain's apex players. Of course, the heaven-defying items acquired via Fate Guidance were only suitable to help one player reach the apex, since each opportunity only yielded items suitable for the player that activated the skill. If other players used the items, their performance would suffer. Other players couldn't even use certain items, such as those that granted skills and combat techniques. In other words, the Lucky First-Rate Guild had spent a frightening amount of 7 Luminaries crystals to nurture a single apex powerhouse. However, Shifeng had no intentions of replicating that guild's actions. While nurturing a single apex expert might be worthwhile to guilds that didn't have any, the same couldn't be said for Zero Wing. In fact, doing so would be a waste of time and resources. Zero Wing had far more experts than any first-rate guild, and those experts' potential was far superior to those in first-rate guilds. It was only a matter of time before the guild had multiple apex powerhouses. Hence, instead of wasting tons of 7 Luminaries crystals on nurturing an ordinary expert, it would be much wiser and more efficient to use the Fate Ring to help an expert, who was only a step away from the apex, cross the final hurdle. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to secure some 7 Luminaries crystals, Shifeng inwardly decided. Zero Wing already had a lot of guild members capable of contending with peak experts, but it had very few members that could rival apex experts. Although Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove Flying Shadow, and a handful of other members of Zero Wing's main force were capable of contending with Superpower's peak experts by relying on their equipment advantage, as players progressed, this advantage would shrink. If Shadow Sword and the others didn't improve their combat standards, it would only be a matter of time before others surpassed them. However, if they used Fate Guidance, they could quickly gain the combat power they needed to rival apex experts. As Shifeng finished examining the loot, he sold 16 pieces of equipment for MTs and DPS classes, including the level 60 Dark Gold Shield, Magic Serpent Buckler. He did not, however, decide to sell the Earthen Protector set the situation surprised Unyielding Heart. He had expected Shifeng to refuse to sell both the Magic Serpent Buckler and the Earthen Protector set. The fact that Shifeng had allowed him to purchase the buckler, which was even more valuable than the set equipment, was shocking. However, what Unyielding Heart did not know was that Zero Wing did not need powerful shields. Even the weakest shield. Zero Wing's 3 core MTs used was an epic shield. A level 60 Dark Gold shield was nothing in comparison. The Earthen Protector set, though, was different. Yi Wumian still wore the level 50 Magic Light set, which was weaker than the Earthen Protector set. Hence, this was a perfect opportunity for Yi Wumian to upgrade his equipment. Aside from weapons and equipment, Shifeng had decided to sell a few Void Scales to Unyielding Heart. Upon seeing the Void Scales attributes, Long Soul's eyes went bloodshot. If given to an MT, the Void Scale would elevate the player's standards to a whole new level. In the past, Void Scales had sold for around 5,000 to 7,000 gold on the market, so Shifeng sold them to Unyielding Heart for 10,000 gold each. With so much money, one could afford a low-quality piece of epic equipment. Although Unyielding Heart could not help but wince at the price, he still agreed to buy 3 Void Scales. Meanwhile, Shifeng's transaction with Unyielding Heart had instantly earned him 42,000 gold. With this much money, he could rent a few more hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees. After Shifeng had finished his business with the Vice Guild leader, he led the team out of the cavern. Since the cavern was isolated from the outside world, players couldn't use return scrolls while inside. Even an instantaneous movement magic scroll would only teleport players to the edge of the cavern. It would not teleport them out of it. When Illusory Words and her guild members, who had waited in the first cavern, saw Shifeng and the others emerge, they were astonished. How did so many people get out of there? Chapter 1907, Otherworld Gate activated. Crimson Emperor's survivors were stunned as Shifeng and his team emerged from behind the waterfall. They had personally experienced the Void Serpent's strength, and when they had left the cavern, the situation had seemed dismal. Countless void creatures had filled the cavern. Even though they had started to carve a path out of the cavern before the situation had taken a turn for the worse, they had lost quite a few people on their way out. The void creatures had only given up the chase once they had left the cavern. However, no matter how they considered the situation, Shifeng's group had far more people alive than when they had left. Moreover, some of Crimson Emperor's experts were among the group. Could they have slain the Void Serpent? An unrealistic thought suddenly popped into Illusory Words' mind. Although she couldn't believe that they had completed the raid, the scene before her removed any doubt there was no other explanation. A moment later, Illusory Words began to receive messages from the Crimson Emperor members that had just left the waterfall's pool. Since the world behind the waterfall was isolated from the rest of God's domain, they hadn't been able to send messages to their guild mates after they had been revived. Hence, they had contacted Illusory Words the moment they had emerged, reporting the Void Serpent raid's outcome. Meanwhile, aside from the fact that Zero Wing had slain the Void Serpent, the reports mentioned the Void Serpent's loot and the fact that Zero Wing had sold quite a few items to Unyielding Soul. So, is that why Unyielding Heart was so adamant about fighting to the end? Illusory Words could not help her bitter smile as she read her subordinates' messages. Although she did not know which items Unyielding Soul had purchased from Zero Wing, the Void Serpent was a world boss. How could any of the items be poor quality? Zero Wing might not have sold the best weapons and equipment to Unyielding Soul, but even the second-rate items would be a massive harvest for the guild. At the very least, Unyielding Soul could fortify its main force's combat power. Vice Guild Leader, why don't we try to purchase some of the Void Serpent's loot from Zero Wing at a high price? We have more or less participated in the raid, and we suffered quite a few losses. Zero Wing will likely agree if we ask, Dawnmaster suggested softly. With how powerful the Void Serpent was, its loot would definitely be extraordinary. It might have even dropped a level 60 top-tier weapons and equipment. Any of those items would be far stronger than the weapons and equipment their guild's experts currently wore. If they could acquire some for their guild's main force, they would have a much easier time raiding the various level 60, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons in the future. Forget it. Asking will likely be useless. After all, we didn't propose such a condition like Unyielding Heart, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. Sighing, she gave Unyielding Heart an envious look. Unyielding Heart made the right bet this time. Although she slightly regretted her earlier decision, this trip hadn't been fruitless. At the very least, she now knew that Zero Wing was not as simple as everyone assumed. Following which, Illusory Words approached Shifeng and congratulated him and Zero Wing on their success against the world boss. After some brief pleasantries, Illusory Words shifted the conversation toward the drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know if you still have any drunken tiger meat and frozen bone soup left? If you do, Crimson Emperor is willing to purchase 1,000 of each dish at 5 gold per serving, Illusory Words offered. While she had given up on acquiring any of the Void Serpent's loot, the master dishes Shifeng had revealed earlier were a different story. She hadn't seen master dishes like those since she had joined God's domain. Although they were not as effective as master potions, they could stack with potions. In addition, the 2 master dishes could be used to raid world bosses. This tremendously increased their usefulness. Moreover, they would make dungeon raids slightly easier. As Illusory Words finished speaking, Unyielding Heart, who still celebrated his portion of the Void Serpent's loot, snapped out of his daze and realized that he had forgotten about the 2 master dishes. Guild Leader Black Flame, if you still have any of those master dishes remaining, Unyielding Soul will also purchase 1,000 of each dish at 5 gold per serving, Unyielding Heart hurriedly said. Hearing the 2 vice guild leaders' interest in purchasing the master dishes, Shifeng inwardly celebrated. Both the drunken tiger meat and the frozen bone soup cost a little over 1 gold to make. Moreover, both had a 100% production success rate. Selling the dishes to the 2 super first-rate guilds would earn plenty of profits. I don't have any more of the master dishes on me, but if you 2 want them, I can get some for you. However, it'll take some time for me to gather the requested amounts. May I know if you 2 are willing to wait? Shifeng asked. The 2 dishes required a lot of time to make, and each guild wanted 1,000 servings of both. The order would take a few days to fulfill. That won't be a problem. I can wait as long as I can purchase them. Crimson Emperor will also pay a 5,000 gold deposit, Illusory Words said, settling the deal once she realized that it was possible. The two master dishes wouldn't become obsolete with time. They would work wonderfully at any point. She had worried that Shifeng would reject her offer, but now that he had agreed, she decided to form a contract, binding the agreement as a precaution. With this, she had reaped an additional benefit from her trip here. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart chose to do the same, binding the agreement with Shifeng and paying a 5,000 gold deposit. Naturally, Shifeng was more than willing to play along with the two vice guild leaders. After signing the contracts, an additional 10,000 filled Shifeng's pockets. With this, he had made a total of 52,000 gold from this single boss raid. If the various first-rate guilds knew about this, their envy would drive them mad. After all, current first-rate guilds were fortunate if they even had 30,000 gold in liquid funds. Following which, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's members used return scrolls and returned to the Dark Knight Empire. Meanwhile, Shifeng had Zero Wings members return to Zero Wing City to rest. As for Shifeng, he used the Seven Luminaries ring to teleport to the Million Forest, which happened to be the Emerald Dryad's territory. The Million Forest was a dangerous location to almost all players due to the area's large dryad population. If a player encountered a single dryad, it would immediately call for reinforcements, and a large number of the creatures would quickly gather. Moreover, this cycle would continue. Once a certain number of dryads had gathered, it would attract the Emerald Dryad's attention. Hence, very few players were willing to adventure in the Million Forest. Shifeng, however, had teleported directly to the heart of the Million Forest. Great Lord-ranked dryads wandered all over the area. If Shifeng hadn't been level 69 and used an isolation scroll before he had teleported, the level 55+ monsters would have discovered him. This should be the place. It didn't take Shifeng long to discover a grass-covered, dilapidated magic array within the forest. The array seemed blurry, and if not for the massive stone pillars around it, he would have had a hard time finding the magic array. This was the teleportation array that led to the Otherworld gate. To revitalize the teleportation array, one needed a full bottle of void blood. Immediately, Shifeng walked to the center of the teleportation array and retrieved a bottle of void blood from his bag. After removing the cap, he emptied the bottle's contents onto the magic array's center. As void blood flowed into the magic array, it seemed to revive, rapidly gathering the ambient mana. The magic array seemed to absorb mana from farther away as time passed, and eventually, it drew mana from throughout the Million Forest, making the area's dryads tremble with fear. After 3 minutes, a towering pillar of crimson light shot forth from the center of the Million Forest, visible from the surrounding maps. The players grinding in the nearby maps couldn't help but turn to look at the light pillar, overwhelmed by their curiosity as they started to move towards it. Shortly after these players began to travel towards the light pillar, a series of system notifications rang in every player's ears in Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1908, Changes to the Witch's Hill. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. A player has triggered the new expansion pack, Otherworld. The expansion pack will take effect in the Witch's Hill in 6 hours. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. An Otherworld gate has been activated. A large amount of Otherworld energy has flowed into the Witch's Hill, driving the area's mana into chaos. Please take care when roaming through the Witch's Hill. The sudden system announcement had caught Starmoon Kingdom's players off guard. However, after a few dazed seconds, every player in the kingdom went into an uproar. What's going on? Another new expansion pack? This new expansion pack is amazing. Doesn't this mean that we can head to an Otherworld to level up? According to rumors, it seems that Otherworlds have more abundant resources than the continent of God's domain. I've heard that too. Not only are Otherworlds rich in resources, but leveling there is also much faster. We'll be able to travel to an Otherworld from the Witch's Hill in 6 hours? In that case, I'm heading there immediately. The large guilds have already monopolized every high-resource map. Independent players like us can't even earn enough money to afford the latest equipment. The moment they heard the system announcement, independent players and adventurer teams began to swarm towards the Witch's Hill. As the number of resource maps in Starmoon Kingdom dwindled as players reached higher levels, there were fewer opportunities for independent players to earn money. Now that a completely new map, one not owned by any guild, had appeared, this was a golden opportunity for independent players. As players reached higher levels, money would become an increasingly larger problem. Although players continued to earn more money each day, they had higher expenditures. Take weapons and equipment, for example. After level 50, the drop rate for top-tier weapons and equipment had decreased drastically. Even ordinary weapons and equipment drop rates had been affected. This caused the prices for level 50-plus weapons and equipment to skyrocket. This was also the case for repair fees. Moreover, as high-level resource maps were so far from NPC cities, teleportation fees had increased. High-level resource maps also had harsh environments, so players had to prepare appropriate weapons, equipment, tools, and potions if they wanted to grind effectively in these areas. And everything cost money. As God's Domain continued to develop as a game, it provided a wider variety of services for players to enjoy as well. After a hard day of work, many players sought food, beverages, and all sorts of entertainment. There were also the fees to learn skills and spells, and applying for a promotion quest was expensive. Now that a new opportunity to make money had arisen, how could anyone miss it? Naturally, Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds had called their upper echelons for a meeting the moment they had learned of the Otherworld Gate. A path to an Otherworld? This is a perfect chance for our guild. I've heard that the players and guilds in the Black Dragon Empire have made a fortune due to the path to the Ice Crystal World. We have to monopolize this Otherworld's resources before the other guilds. But the Witch's Hill is Zero Wing's territory. If we try to set up in the Otherworld, I'm afraid that. What's there to be afraid of? Now that Starmoon Kingdom has its own Otherworld, the kingdom's guilds are going to swarm to it. Can Zero Wing hope to stop so many guilds? Although, you have reminded me of something. Start raising funds right now and figure out a way to build a town in the Witch's Hill. After the various large guilds had found out about the Otherworld Gate, they dispatched exploration teams to test the waters. They also gathered resources to construct their own towns in the Witch's Hill. Even a fool could tell that a large number of players would flood the map now that an Otherworld Gate had appeared, and all of those players were potential income sources. If they could construct a guild town in the Witch's Hill, they could definitely make a ton of money. Less than 10 minutes after the system announcement, Aqua Rose, who currently rested in Zero Wing City, was astonished as she received Zero Wing's latest statistics report. In 10 short minutes, Zero Wing City's player population had risen by more than 100,000, earning the city several hundred gold in entrance fees. Moreover, Aqua Rose had received hundreds of requests to rent Zero Wing City's shops. Before today, the various trading firms and merchant players had hesitated about leasing shops in Zero Wing City due to the high rent. Very few had actually agreed to do so thus far. Without certain guarantees, earning back the cost would be almost impossible, yet several hundred people had just petitioned to lease the buildings. And this wasn't the most surprising part. Several dozen real-world corporations and companies had contacted the guild to purchase virtual storefronts in Zero Wing City. Moreover, these companies and corporations had offered astronomical sums of money, even enough to tempt Aqua Rose. Despite the fact that Zero Wing was now a very large guild, it severely lacked credits. Normally, the guild only earned credits by selling weapons and equipment or completing difficult commissions. It usually avoided exchanging coins and materials for credits since it was such an unwise move. Hence, Zero Wing's ability to earn credits was so weak that it couldn't even rival second-rate guilds. The lack of credits ultimately hampered Zero Wing's development. If the guild could secure a massive source of credits, it could nurture more internal members and fortify its foundation. Following which, Aqua Rose reported the matter to Shurfeng, letting him decide how they should proceed. There are so many offers. Shurfeng could not help his grin when he saw the list of interested buyers and their respective offers. Tell them that Zero Wing City's virtual storefronts are only available for rent, not for sale. We will hold an auction for these storefronts in Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm in 2 days. The situation didn't particularly surprise him. The moment the Otherworld Gate appeared, Witch's Hill had become Starmoon Kingdom's focus. A frightening number of players would surge to the city, and it wouldn't be surprising if Zero Wing City's player population shot past the 10 million threshold. Previously, the Witch's Hill had been considered a backwater area. Although the various corporations and companies had been impressed that Zero Wing City had several million residential players, how long could the city possibly maintain its prosperity? However, the Otherworld Gate changed things. Even after players reached higher levels, they could continue to level in the Otherworld connected to the Witch's Hill's Otherworld Gate. They would not have to move their base of operations after hitting level 60 or 70. Even players past level 100 could level up in the Otherworld. Unfortunately, the Otherworld wouldn't be as vast as the God's Domain continent. To put it simply, so long as the Otherworld Gate existed, the Witch's Hill would remain popular. Hence, one could easily imagine Zero Wing City's allure toward these corporations and companies. "We're not selling?" Aqua Rose could not help her growing concern as she said, "I'm afraid they won't agree to such a condition. There are too many uncertainties involved in leasing a virtual storefront. They'll only be able to operate their businesses comfortably if they own the property. Moreover, the various large guilds will definitely try to establish guild towns in the Witch's Hill now that it has an Otherworld Gate. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity now, we'll be in an awkward position later." "Relax. You'll see the results in 2 days," Shifeng said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. What Aqua Rose said was indeed true. The appearance of the Otherworld Gate would lure a lot of large guilds to establish guild towns in the Witch's Hill, and the competition in the map would become intense. However, the various large guilds didn't know how difficult it was for a guild town to survive long in the Witch's Hill. Realizing that Shifeng had made up his mind, Aqua Rose relayed his message to the corporations and companies that had contacted the guild. Chapter 1909. Witch's Sin Only for Rent? How fraudulent. Does Zero Wing think that it's the only guild that will have a town in the Witch's Hill? Since Zero Wing doesn't plan to sell, forget it. We'll just wait a few more days. The kingdom's other large guilds will set up their own guild towns in the map, and we'll just purchase storefronts there. Zero Wing will regret its decision. When the various corporations and companies received Aqua Rose's reply, some laughed, while others raged. As for the auction Aqua Rose had mentioned, they pushed the matter to the back of their minds. Only a fool would participate. The situation frustrated Aqua Rose a little. They had just lost a golden opportunity to fund Zero Wing's internal training program. Fortunately, this wasn't the end of the world for Zero Wing. With Zero Wing's current potential, luring investors to the guild would be a piece of cake. With the current state of God's Domain, various corporations and companies were even fighting to invest in second-rate guilds, not to mention Zero Wing. After Aqua Rose set the matter aside, she focused on recruiting new members for the guild. After transferring a large number of guild members from White River City and Zero Wing City to the Secret Stone Fortress, both cities had lost a lot of manpower. Thus, they needed to replenish their member count. Moreover, with the Otherworld Gate's activation, some well-known adventurer teams that had hesitated about joining Zero Wing had made up their minds. Although Zero Wing City was relatively far away from the Million Forest, Zero Wing City's teleport service could reach the forest. Furthermore, even if these adventurer teams didn't want to develop in Starmoon Kingdom, they could develop in the Or Empire after joining the guild. Zero Wing's current resources were now beyond that of a first-rate guild, after all. As fewer resource maps were available in the kingdom, living space for the various adventurer teams dwindled. If the various adventurer teams wanted to maintain an adequate development speed, they'd have to copy the top and large-scale adventurer teams. They would have to venture to remote and dangerous maps to level and acquire resources. However, this wasn't an easy task. Like the guilds, God's Domain's adventurer teams faced fierce competition. In fact, the intensity of the competition between adventurer teams was no less than the competition between guilds. Only the scale was not as large. Hence, if the well-known adventurer teams, which had already reached a bottleneck in their development, wished to grow their strength, joining a powerful guild was a wise move. Because of this, as many as 30 adventurer teams had petitioned to join Zero Wing. The smaller teams only had several hundred members, while the larger ones had thousands. Every adventurer team had accumulated a certain amount of resources and quite a few experts, as well as bountiful experience fighting as a team and raiding team dungeons. If Zero Wing could annex these adventurer teams, it would save the guild a lot of effort when integrating their players in guild operations. Elsewhere, Shifeng spent one magic crystal to activate the teleportation array leading to the Otherworld gate. He was then teleported to a massive dark cavern. Within the cavern, he found a ruined town. A gigantic set of doors had been erected inside this ruined town. There was a small gap between the pitch-black stone doors, and a turbid mist seeped out and filled the cavern. As Shifeng encountered the mist, he felt his five senses dull. He had been able to see up to 50 yards away, but now he could only see a dozen or so yards past his nose. Both his mind and his body felt lethargic. Sure enough, this primordial gas is as powerful as always. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile after trying to move his body a little. It seems that this gas is still too much for Tier 2 players. The Witch's Hill's Otherworld had once been a part of the Gods' Domain continent, severed by the gods during ancient times. Humans had been weak then, one of the most ordinary races among the many that had lived on the continent. God's Domain had been chaotic then, its environment too harsh for humankind. However, after a catastrophic war between the gods, the continent of God's Domain had been divided into various sections. Thoroughly changing the environment, it was no longer as chaotic or violent. As a result, the human race had gradually grown stronger. But even to this day, certain sections retained their harsh environments. Meanwhile, the turbid gas flowing out of the Otherworld gate was none other than primordial gas. When Shifeng had first entered the Otherworld gate, he had already Tier 3, so the primordial gas hadn't significantly affected him. This time, however, he could feel the gas's negative effects. His combat power had just decreased by roughly 30%. The primordial gas affected more than just his reaction speed and senses. Even his physique had considerably weakened. Shifeng now, more or less, understood why only Tier 2 and higher players were allowed through the Otherworld gate. Only a small trace of primordial gas leaked out of the Otherworld gate, yet its effect on a Tier 2 player like him was so powerful. If players entered the Otherworld, filled with primordial gas, its effect would be absolutely terrifying. Not only did the primordial gas suppress players, but it also created a perfect environment for monsters to thrive. The primordial gas drastically increased monsters' combat power, and once the Otherworld gate opened fully, the gas would spread throughout the Witch's Hill. The area would become chaotic and violent, which was why only 4 guild towns had survived in Shifeng's previous life, despite so many guilds establishing guild towns. The towns hadn't fallen because of the various first-rate guilds suppressing its weaker counterparts, but because the second- and third-rate guilds hadn't been able to fend off the monsters that had assaulted their towns at night. As Shifeng prepared to enter the ruined town, a wizened, dignified voice reached his ears. "Young adventurer, are you the one who activated the teleportation array I had left behind?" When Shifeng turned around to the origin of this voice, he discovered an old woman in black robes and carrying a wooden staff. This woman was none other than the Otherworld Gate's guardian. She was also a legendary existence in God's Domain. The Jealous Witch. Shifeng had only thought of the Jealous Witch as an incredibly powerful, Tier 5 NPC during his previous life. But after learning about demigods, Shifeng concluded that this NPC was one such being. She was only a step short of becoming a Tier 6 god, and was one of the strongest NPCs on the continent of God's Domain right now. "Yes, esteemed Lady Witch." Shifeng nodded. He did not dare to hide information from the Jealous Witch. She was known for being unpredictable. Sometimes she would help slaughter the dark forces, but other times she would casually massacre tens of thousands of innocent humans. Her behavior had frustrated God's Domain's human population. The Jealous Witch maintained her unpredictable behavior towards players. There had been instances in the past when she had exterminated players she had encountered. When those players had died by her hand, their accounts had been so crippled that their only option of maintaining a career in God's Domain had required a new account. After dozens of these incidents, players had learned to fear the Jealous Witch in the Witch's Hill and did their best to avoid her. Meanwhile, Shifeng had visited this ruined town despite knowing that the Jealous Witch would be here to pick up an important epic quest. If he could complete the quest, he could obtain the rumored advanced field magic array, Void Field. Field magic arrays were insanely rare among magic arrays, and if not for the chance to obtain one, he wouldn't have risked meeting the Jealous Witch. "Excellent. Since you have opened this origin of sins, I'll give you a quest. Go and collect 200,000 magic crystals for me within 7 days. If you fail, you and all of Starmoon Kingdom will perish, the jealous witch announced. "All right, you can leave now. Remember, you only have 7 days." With a wave of the jealous witch's hand, a bright flash blinded Shifeng. By the time Shifeng's vision recovered, he noticed that he had returned to the Million Forest. "System, congratulations. You have accepted the inferior legendary quest, Witch's Sin. Quest content: collect 200,000 magic crystals in 7 days. Rewards unknown." Chapter 1910, Independent Mode. Before Shifeng realized what was going on, he was back in the Million Forest. However, when he heard the system notification, the corners of his mouth twitched. 200,000 magic crystals. An inferior legendary quest. Not only was the quest more difficult than he remembered, but it also required an absurd number of magic crystals. Whether it was guilds or individual players, their magic crystal expenditure was continuously increasing. Although there were more magic crystal sources as players progressed further into the game, the number they could save up decreased. The current Zero Wing, in particular, was starving for magic crystals. Although Silverwing Town's teleportation service had increased the town's coin income significantly, it devoured magic crystals with frightening speed. Right now, the income from Silverwing Town's battle arena barely sustained the teleportation device's consumption. Moreover, Shifeng had to spend 20,000 magic crystals every 7 days to maintain the miniature world in the Ring of Gospel. Otherwise, the Ring of Gospel would crumble and disappear. In addition, Shifeng himself would receive a backlash, and his physique would permanently weaken by 30%. At this point, Zero Wing only had a little over 20,000 magic crystals to spare. If God's Domains players had already reached level 100, even a first-rate guild could afford a 200,000 magic crystal price. But at this stage of the game, not even the various superpowers could likely pay. 7 days, is it? Shifeng fell deep into thought. While 7 days wasn't exactly a long time, it wasn't a very short one either. If he sold some hell tanks to Unyielding Heart, Phoenix Rain, and Illusory Words, he should be able to gather so many magic crystals in time. However, doing so would rob Zero Wing of its monopoly over the hell tanks. Moreover, nobody could guarantee that these hell tanks wouldn't fall into the hands of Zero Wing's enemies. Yet, if he did not sell them, he would have an extremely difficult time collecting 200,000 magic crystals in 7 days. It seems I'll have to take down Kama Island right now. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, the only reliable method he could think of was acquiring Kama Island's manatite vein. The other options were too risky. Some options even had the potential of disrupting Zero Wing's future development. Although they had accidentally discovered a source fire vein in the Flame Demon's Valley, its environment was too harsh for players to endure long-term. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile hadn't even finished the preparations to send people to the mine. Even if they could send people, they wouldn't be able to send many. After all, fire resistance equipment capable of allowing ordinary players to survive in the scorching environment was simply too rare. It was impossible to equip many players adequately. The manatite vein on Kama Island was much safer. Players could survive there so long as they had some darkness resistance. The problem could easily be dealt with via a darkness resistance potion. Furthermore, the area's low mana density wouldn't affect the mining player's performance. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng pulled the Abyss pendant from his bag and used Abyss Teleport. He planned to rent a few more hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees before setting off for Kama Island. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's Branch Temple in Ancient Rock City, several dozen Great Lord-ranked evil beasts had been locked in a cave filled with bloodlust. They constantly fought, tearing each other apart, and the surviving evil beasts would devour any of their comrades that died. After fighting several minutes, only half of the several dozen Great Lords remained alive. One of the evil beasts, which had just finished cannibalizing another, began to transform, its muscles rapidly expanding. The evil energy it radiated grew denser, and after several seconds, the evil beast had become nearly 20% larger than the other monsters in the cave. This Bloodlust Crystal Dark Soul scent is quite impressive. It can actually increase the evolution success rate to Great Lord rank by 15%. After glancing at the evolving evil beast, Beast Emperor turned his attention to the crystal, which emitted its own bloodlust, in his hand with a soft smile. The partnership between the evil god's temple and dark soul had been far more effective than he had expected. He had thought that Dark Soul would be useful for acquiring materials and sacrificial players for Dust Edge at most. He hadn't expected the Alliance to acquire such a lively Bloodlust crystal. As of late, his Evil Beast army had recovered plenty of its lost combat power. Although Bloodlust crystals could only help evil beasts evolve to the Grand Lord rank, he now had far more Grand Lords under his command, and it would reduce the difficulty of nurturing mythic evil beasts. As long as he had enough mythic evil beasts, he could destroy Silverwing Town, even without Dark Soul and Blackwater's assistance. As Beast Emperor rejoiced over his newest Grand Lord-ranked evil beast, a tall, robust berserker with a giant axe across his back entered the cave. This was none other than Wind Hunter. "Boss, we've just received news from Starmoon Kingdom. For some reason, an Otherworld gate has appeared in the Witch's Hill. The gate allows passage to an Otherworld. Because of this development, a large number of players have swarmed to Zero Wing City. Some of the guilds in neighboring kingdoms and empires have also started to make their move," Wind Hunter reported with a grim expression. "Not only will this incident earn Zero Wing a small fortune, but based on our reports, over 20 well-known adventurer teams have also shown signs of merging with the guild. Should we send Dark Soul to eliminate a few of these teams and teach the public about the consequences of relying on Zero Wing? Well-known adventurer teams are joining Zero Wing?" Beast Emperor revealed a faint smile. "There's no need to involve Dark Soul. I recall that Dust Edge has conducted another evil dragonification experiment, correct? Take him to Zero Wing City to test out his new toy on the adventurer teams. We'll use this opportunity to warn those teams and ensure that they understand who is strongest in this war." "Understood. I'll ensure that these adventure teams won't dare to set foot in Zero Wing City ever again," Wind Hunter said excitedly. He had seen the evil dragons Dust Edge produced. Although the creatures were incomplete, their combat power was astonishing. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the complete evil dragons would be. As long as Dust Edge's experiments succeeded, the evil god's temple could expand its territory. Moreover, it would be able to do so boldly and without fear. "Good. Get it done quickly. Don't let the kingdom's army capture you." Beast Emperor nodded. "Boss, rest assured. By the time the kingdom's army arrives, the adventurer teams will be long dead," Wind Hunter said, licking his lips in anticipation. After Wind Hunter left, Beast Emperor proceeded to release a new batch of Great Lord-ranked evil beasts into the caver, starting another round of slaughter. Meanwhile, in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City, after spending 50,000 gold to rent another 15 hotels and restaurants in the Sea of Trees, Shifeng used a guild transfer scroll and returned to the guild residence in Zero Wing City. When he arrived, Shifeng left for the Candlelight trading firm to prepare for his trip to Kama Island. However, as he reached the street outside of the residence, he was stunned by what he saw. The previously desolate central district was now crowded with players, many of which were members of the various large guilds. At a glance, Shifeng could spot over a dozen Tier 2 experts wandering the street. This prosperity could even rival an empire's imperial capital. As Shifeng was about to enter the Candlelight trading firm, he heard the sound of a system notification. "System, congratulations. Zero Wing City's player population has reached 8 million. Do you wish to activate independent mode and allow the Wargod's temple to garrison the city?" Chapter 1911. Wargod's temple garrisons in Zero Wing City. The city's development sure is fast. Shifeng could not help his elation when he heard the system notification. He had thought that Zero Wing City would need another 1 or 2 days to reach a player population of 8 million, even with the Otherworld gate, but only a few after the gate's activation had been announced, Zero Wing City had hit the mark. In God's domain, any guild city with a player population of 8 million would activate the independent mode. When this so-called independent mode activated, the city's NPCs would be liberated, allowing other NPC forces to intervene in the city's affairs. The buildings these NPC forces set up in the guild city wouldn't be subjected to players' management, which meant that these NPC forces took responsibility for their establishment's security, stationing their own guards. Although players would lose management rights over a portion of their guild city after activating independent mode, it would increase the city's security and convenience. The Wargod's Temple, for example, was one of the strongest NPC forces on the continent of God's domain. It had a branch in every NPC city. Once a guild city had a player population of 8 million, the Wargod's temple could no longer ignore it. Thus, the Wargod's temple had decided to garrison in Zero Wing City. Shifeng immediately agreed to activate independent mode, allowing the various NPC forces to enter Zero Wing City. After Shifeng agreed, Zero Wing City's layout appeared before him. The system requested that he select an area for the Wargod's temple. The selected area had to be within the city's central district, and there was a strict size requirement. Fortunately, the Wargod's temple would foot the construction fees. Since the Wargod's temple had decided to garrison in Zero Wing City, the guild also acquired 10 bronze-ranked Wargod emblems. Players couldn't use the emblems as they were meant for NPC soldiers, and they increased the NPC's attributes and physique by 30% when worn. After Shifeng dealt with the Wargod's temple, a towering building suddenly manifested in Zero Wing City's central district, attracting the attention of nearby players. Isn't that the Wargod's temple? What's going on? The Wargod's temple has garrisoned in Zero Wing City? Amazing! Zero Wing has actually lured in the Wargod's temple? This is wonderful. I won't have to head to NPC cities to turn in the temple's quests anymore. Everyone was greatly shocked when they saw the towering Wargod's temple. Almost every player in the game knew about the Wargod's temple. Normally, players would visit the temple when they planned to pick up a quest. One reason for this was the items the Wargod's temple offered for purchase. Raising their status with the temple was another reason. Now that the Wargod's temple occupied Zero Wing City, it would save players plenty of trouble when trying to pick up or turn in quests related to the temple. Commander, look! That's the Wargod's temple. Zero Wing really is amazing. With this, Zero Wing City's position in the Star Moon Kingdom has become even more stable. In addition, Zero Wing City is incredibly popular in the kingdom. With such potential and power, we'll grow a lot stronger if our unbounded adventurer team joins Zero Wing. A male swordsman in silver armor exclaimed to the scholarly, middle-aged man beside him. Zero Wing's development is indeed frightening. Despite starting without any support or background, it has become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. Now, it has even developed Zero Wing City to such a degree. It's no wonder why the various superpowers have started to pay attention to the guild, the middle-aged man said, gazing at the Wargod's temple in admiration. As these two men conversed, several experts couldn't help but glance at them as they passed. These two men were simply too eye-catching. One of them was a level 56, Tier 2 swordsman, while the other was a level 57, Tier 2 berserker. They would definitely be considered peak experts in first-rate guilds. However, to everyone's surprise, neither player wore a guild emblem. This meant that there was a high chance that these two were independent players. It was extremely difficult for independent players to grow so powerful at this stage of the game, and the amount of effort they must have put in was far more than the various large guilds' Tier 2 experts. Commander, do you think Zero Wing will refuse our request this time? The swordsman asked worriedly. I'm not sure, the scholarly middle-aged man said, shaking his head. But Unbounded is still a well-known adventurer team in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Not only do we have nearly 1,000 members, but we also have several plots of land in the kingdom's important cities. I don't think Zero Wing will refuse our request. Before he had arrived in Zero Wing City, he had been fully confident in his adventurer team's chances of joining the guild. But once he had arrived in the city, he had realized that he had severely underestimated Zero Wing. However, after arriving in Zero Wing City, he realized that he had been severely underestimating the current Zero Wing. At this point, Zero Wing City was even more prosperous than the Purple Thorns Kingdom's capital. Moreover, as he gazed down the crowded street, most of the players he saw were experts. Tier 2 players were also a common sight. With how prosperous Zero Wing City was right now, the guild would have no trouble recruiting expert players. He had also heard that, aside from Unbounded, many well-known adventurer teams had petitioned to join Zero Wing. Based on his understanding of Zero Wing, the guild walked the path of the elite. Hence, Zero Wing's recruitment standards would be quite strict. Although Zero Wing was fully capable of recruiting a large number of players and strengthening the guild to a frightening degree, Zero Wing had refused to do so. Instead, it had invested more resources in a small number of elite and expert players. That decision had ensured that Zero Wing's elite and expert players were far higher quality than those in first-rate guilds. Even some of the ordinary superpowers were no match for Zero Wing in this regard. Meanwhile, with so many known adventurer teams applying to join Zero Wing, the guild naturally wouldn't accept every adventurer team. The guild would only recruit the most valuable adventurer teams. The swordsman youth's excitement dampened upon hearing his commander's reply. Even before the commander had announced that their adventurer team would attempt to join Zero Wing, he had possessed a deep understanding of the guild due to the battle between Zero Wing and Beast Emperor's armies near the primordial divine ruin. While that battle might not have been important to Zero Wing, it had left a deep impression on him, who had only been a Tier 1 swordsman at the time. Back then, Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, had repelled a mythic monster with a single attack, shocking the spectating powers. Black Flame's prowess had even caused thousands of Blackwater's experts to freeze in fear. He had never imagined that a swordsman could be so strong. Had he not been a member of the Unbounded Adventurer team back then, he might have applied to join Zero Wing. Hence, when he heard that his commander wanted Unbounded to merge with the guild, he had been overjoyed. When he heard that his commander intended to visit Zero Wing City to negotiate with the guild's upper echelons, he had been the first to apply to join his leader. Don't be so disappointed. Although Unbounded isn't a top adventurer team, it is one of the top 100 adventurer teams in the Purple Thorns Empire. Moreover, our adventurer team has as many as 4 Tier 2 players, and all 4 have cleared the hard mode class change quest. We have more of an advantage than the other teams that only challenged the normal mode quest, the middle-aged man said in consolation. All right, we should head to Zero Wing's residence. In response, the swordsman youth nodded. Meanwhile, 2 cloaked players a short distance away stared at the men from Unbounded. Sickle, those men are 2 of your targets. Remember to make as much of a commotion as possible. We need to teach Zero Wing and the other adventurer teams a lesson. Windhunter said, sneering as he gestured to Unbounded's players. Understood. The robust man named Dark Sickle nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1912, Evil Dragon Appears. Zero Wing City, Candlelight Trading Firm. When the system had announced the Otherworld Gate's activation, a large number of Starmoon Kingdom's independent players had flooded Zero Wing City. This also increased the number of players visiting the city's Candlelight Trading Firm. Meanwhile, 3 cloaked players enjoyed a meal and admired the populated street from the second floor of an open-air restaurant opposite of the trading firm. If one used a high-ranking identification skill on these 3, they would definitely be surprised. None of these players were human. Among the 3, one was a beautiful female half-elf, one was a female catkin with cat ears and tail, and one was a male tigerkin with a powerful, robust body. All 3 were members of the Ninth Heaven Guild, with the female half-elf being Melody, Ninth Heaven's guild leader. Big Sis Melody, this city is so prosperous, even more so than our forest city. I can see more than 100 Tier 2 experts from here, the catkin, Scarlet Heart, said, watching the sea of players downstairs with a shocked expression. Indeed, I never thought that a kingdom's guild city could develop to this extent. Melody was similarly surprised by the number of Tier 2 experts roaming the street below. Before coming to Starmoon Kingdom, she had specifically asked Thoughtful Rain about Zero Wing's current state of affairs. However, she couldn't believe Thoughtful Rain's reply. Thoughtful Rain had mentioned that Zero Wing City's player population had already reached 5 million, and experts were a common sight in the city. Moreover, Zero Wing City had many rare items for sale. Based on these descriptions, Zero Wing City sounded no less successful than Forest City. How could that possibly be true? However, when she had arrived in the city, she discovered that it was far more well-off than Thoughtful Rain had described. In Zero Wing City, expert players were as common as ordinary players, and plenty of Tier 2 experts wandered the city streets. Tier 2 experts were very rare, even in Forest City. Even Ninth Heaven, which was almost as powerful as a first-rate guild, had only nurtured around 30 Tier 2 experts thus far. However, the number of Tier 2 experts on the street outside of the restaurant already outnumbered Ninth Heaven's. If even Zero Wing City was so popular, she couldn't imagine how strong Zero Wing had already become. Guild leader, although Zero Wing is stronger than we expected, I doubt it can help our guild. Our current opponent is the legendary Death God Workshop. The Death God Workshop has even provoked super guilds before, and none of them could do anything about it. Closing an eye to the workshop's transgressions, the Tigerkin named One-Arm Rashomon said worriedly. On the other hand, the Setting Sun Guild is more reliable. Moreover, guild leader, your family has a close relationship with Setting Sun's guild leader. Whether it is for profit or that relationship, Setting Sun will go all out to help our guild. In addition, the Death God Workshop would, more or less, fear of the strength of a recently promoted super first-rate guild like Setting Sun, and might give up on targeting us. Stop. While Setting Sun might be stronger than Zero Wing, Setting Sun's condition requires Ninth Heaven to become its subordinate. I will never agree to that, even if I have to fight the Death God Workshop to the death. Melody's voice was frosty. Her guild had gone to great lengths to complete the high-ranked quest in the Flame Demon's Valley and acquired a precious treasure. However, an information leak had informed the Death God Workshop of their new acquisition, and the workshop had attacked Ninth Heaven to steal the treasure. The Death God Workshop was not a guild. It was an organized adventurer team. Not only were its movements erratic, but the adventure team also had its fair share of experts. Moreover, as an adventurer team, the Death God Workshop did not have a permanent base of operations. But Ninth Heaven was different. The guild had already grown considerably large and secured a permanent base of operations. One could easily imagine the outcome of a struggle between the two organizations. The Death God Workshop always had the initiative in battle. Moreover, the Death God Workshop also had experts that could even contend with Super Guild's peak experts. The workshop's members had used guerrilla tactics against Ninth Heaven's players, and the guild had been powerless to stop them. Big Sis Melody, it's almost time. Rain and Blue should have returned to Zero Wing's residence by now, Scarlet Heart said as she checked the time. All right, let's go. Taking a look herself, Melody noticed that it was nearly time to meet with thoughtful Rain. She immediately stood to leave the restaurant. Meanwhile, Dark Sickle stood on a street corner not far from the candlelight trading firm. He quietly stalked the two unbounded members. The two members of the adventure team were utterly unaware of their stalker. This should be enough people. I should be able to cause quite a commotion. Dark Sickle, who wore a black cloak and only had his eyes exposed, licked his lips in anticipation as he observed his surroundings. The task Wind Hunter had given him was simple. Kill the adventure team members who had come to join Zero Wing, and kill as many bystanders as possible. This would send a message to every player in Starmoon Kingdom, teaching them the consequences of joining Zero Wing, and proving that they weren't safe even in a guild city protected by NPC soldiers. If he succeeded, not only would the various adventure teams receive the warning, but all players would realize that Zero Wing City was dangerous, and they could lose their lives at any given moment. This would cripple Zero Wing City's popularity. In the past, he might have feared the NPC soldiers patrolling the city streets, but now that he could transform into an evil dragon, not even level 80, Tier 3 NPCs could pose a threat, much less level 80, Tier 2 NPC soldiers. All he needed to worry about was the kingdom's army. After all, the NPCs in the kingdom's army were all above level 100. Killing him would be a piece of cake for them. However, he had a Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scroll on him. If the kingdom's army arrived before he escaped, he could still leave the area. Attack! Wind Hunter, who watched the two unbounded members from afar, commanded Dark Sickle through their party chat. Hearing this, Dark Sickle removed a crimson crystal from his bag and shattered it. As the crimson crystal shattered, energy flowed into Dark Sickle's body. In the next moment, the magic circuits drawn on his skin disintegrated as if some seal had been removed. Once the magic circuits had disintegrated, Dark Sickle howled as his muscles rapidly expanded, his sudden growth tearing his black cloak to shreds. When passers-by saw Dark Sickle's growing form, they were dumbfounded. Before these players could react, Dark Sickle transformed into a 10-meter-tall evil dragon. Roar! After completing his transformation, Dark Sickle released a deafening roar, echoing throughout the city's central district. A dragon? What's going on? Why has a dragon suddenly appeared? The players on the street panicked when they saw the evil dragon. They could feel the threat of death emanating from the creature. With a flap of his newly grown wings, Dark Sickle shot into the air above the two unbounded players. Unbounded adventurer team, since you dare attempt to join Zero Wing, you will suffer the consequences. Dark Sickle shouted before swiping at the swordsman and berserker with a claw. Die! Both the scholarly berserker and the swordsman youth felt powerless against the massive incoming claw. They had only caught a glimpse of the claw's afterimage, and the power it contained was so great that space around it had become unstable. However, just as the dragon claw was about to strike the two players, everyone saw a blue flash before an agonized cry filled the air. The evil dragon flew over a dozen yards backward before crashing heavily into the ground, the impact leaving a crater under the creature. This outcome dumbfounded the surrounding players once more. Chapter 1913, Commotion at Zero Wing on the crowded street. When the two unbounded members saw the evil dragon crash into the ground some distance away, they were dazed for a short moment, failing to process what had just happened. What's going on? We didn't die. Stubborn Bone, Unbounded's commander, stared at the small crater a little over a dozen yards away from him and the evil dragon lying in it with a befuddled expression. A second ago, he had heard the evil dragon state its intent to kill him and his companion. When the creature's claw attack had descended on them, he had known their deaths were sealed. The attack had been too fast for either of them to keep up with, much less block or dodge. Yet, after a bright blue flash, the mighty evil dragon had vanished, crashing into the ground some distance away. Once his mind began to work again, Stubborn Bone spun towards the origin of the blue flash, discovering a cloaked player wielding a blue longsword who was slowly walking towards the evil dragon. Was it him? Stubborn Bone stared at the cloaked player in disbelief. He found it truly hard to believe that an attack from a one-handed sword could send such a powerful and fast evil dragon flying. Crap! What's going on? Why is a dragon in the city? That's not right. Look at the marker above the dragon's head. That's a player's marker. That dragon is a player. I think I heard the dragon say that it was going to kill the adventurer teams that try to join Zero Wing. By the looks of it, the dragon seems to have some kind of grudge with Zero Wing. But what happened just now? I only saw the dragon begin its rampage, and before I realized it, the creature had been thrown. The players on the street couldn't help but discuss Dark Sickle's sudden attack. The situation confused them. When the various major powers' upper echelons on the street saw the gigantic evil dragon, realization dawned on them. Isn't that the evil god's temple's evil dragon? Haha, this is interesting. It seems the evil god's temple can no longer sit still after watching Zero Wing City's rapid development. I wonder how Zero Wing will deal with this problem? This evil dragon is clearly much stronger than the ones over at the Dark Witch's Tower. Even the NPC soldiers should be powerless against it. Good. Keep making trouble. Once Zero Wing City's fame is ruined, our guilds will have a better chance of luring the Witches' Hills players later. The various guild upper echelons watched Dark Sickle, who stood back up and seemed mostly unharmed, with anticipation. They hoped that Dark Sickle would cause a large enough commotion in the city that they could take advantage of, attracting more players to the guild towns they would build in the near future. Who are you? You dare to make an enemy of the evil god's temple? As Dark Sickle regained his footing, he glared at the cloaked man wielding the blue longsword, his voice echoing throughout the central district as he spoke. Zero Wing's Black Flame. Shifeng said, chuckling as he took off his black cloak. Satisfied? You. How? Dark Sickle's anger vanished when he saw Shifeng, and he was abruptly alert. When the spectators saw Shifeng's appearance, they could not help but gape. What? It's the Sword King. Lucky. I never thought I would get to meet the legendary Black Flame on my first visit to Zero Wing City. Amazing. I can boast about this when I meet up with my friends later. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a round of cheers. Not only was Black Flame's name known by all in Star Moon Kingdom, but many players also revered him to a fanatical degree. This swordsman had been responsible for many miracles in the kingdom, and a large portion of players trying to join Zero Wing did so because of his presence in the guild. Why wouldn't they be excited now that he had shown up in Zero Wing City? Damn it, why is Black Flame here? When the various guild upper echelons saw Shifeng, their expressions darkened. They knew what kind of strength Black Flame possessed. When the man went all out, he could even stand toe-to-toe with a mythic monster for a short time. With Black Flame here, the evil dragon would likely fail to cause any trouble in Zero Wing City. Black Flame. Stubborn Bone was dazed once more as Sherfong walked past him. Amazing. As expected of the Sword King. Just the mention of his name is enough to make that dragon panic. The swordsman youth beside Stubborn Bone was ecstatic to see Sherfong, his eyes practically sparkling. After this turn of events, he was even more resolved to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Melody's group of three, who had just stepped out of the open-air restaurant opposite of the candlelight trading firm, saw this scene, they could not help but reveal astonished expressions. What's going on? Why are these people so excited? Scarlet Heart muttered strangely. Although Sherfeng's attack had been stunning, it hadn't been impressive enough to warrant such a crazed reaction from the crowd. After all, the evil dragon wasn't even injured. It had merely lost a few tens of thousands of HP. To the evil dragon, who had over 30 million HP, the damage was nothing. It's probably because of Black Flame's fame in Starmoon Kingdom, Melody deduced. She, too, was confused by the spectators' reactions. Although some players were very famous, this was the first time she had seen such an exaggerated reaction over an expert player. In fact, when Sherfong revealed himself, the evil dragon, which had bubbled with rage a moment ago, trembled in fear. Are you guys not from Starmoon Kingdom or the neighboring kingdoms? A level 56, Tier 1 assassin, who had overheard Melody and Scarlet Heart's conversation, asked. MHM. We came from somewhere far away. Melody nodded, confirming the assassin's assumption. So, that's the case. I guess it's normal that you don't understand the situation. Black Flame is our kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. With his strength alone, he caused an army of 10,000 to freeze in fear. There are rumors that he's actually a humanoid monster, or NPC. He even soloed and overpowered a mythic monster in the Or Empire. Dealing with Great Lord-ranked monsters is a piece of cake for him, the assassin explained with a reverential look. Soloing a mythic monster? And he overpowered it? How? One-arm Rashomon stated in amazement. Mythic monsters were still invincible to players at this stage of the game. Even peak Tier 2 MTs had an extremely difficult time surviving against mythic monsters, not to mention overpowering one. So it's guild leader Black Flame. The evil god's temple has a grudge against these two. I am simply here to teach them a lesson. This matter does not concern Zero Wing. Once I finish these two off, I'll leave the city. However, if you try to stop me, don't blame me for causing a scene. Darksickle said, grinning once he had calmed down. His previous fear had simply been due to Black Flame's name. After all, the man was a living legend. He had even slain 2 evil dragon experts at the Dark Witch's Tower. It was only natural for him to be afraid. However, when he gave the matter a little more thought, he remembered that he was much stronger than the 2 evil dragons Sherfong had faced. Although he was only at the Tier 3 archaic species standard, he had gained a 5-level boost after transforming. Hence, he was now a level 62, Tier 3 archaic species. To monsters, an additional 5 levels was a massive attribute boost. With such an advantage, he had no reason to fear Black Flammel. Moreover, with his combat standard, not even a Tier 4 NPC could stop him quickly if he wanted to cause a ruckus in Zero Wing City, much less a Tier 2 player. Sure, give it a try if you dare. Sherfong growled softly. Chapter 1914, Elemental Oppression. When Sherfong fell silent, the crowd couldn't help but grow nervous. They hadn't expected Sherfong to ignore Darksickle's threat. The evil dragon was a level 62, Tier 3 archaic species. If Darksickle truly intended to cause trouble, they had no doubt that they'd be the first to get dragged into the mess. Even if the city's NPC soldiers arrived to deal with this player, it wouldn't stop Darksickle from slaughtering the spectators. Unlike monsters, players couldn't be aggroed. Darksickle could simply ignore the NPCs and massacre players as he wished. With how powerful the evil dragon's attacks were, most players would die in one hit. Only those with invulnerability skills might survive. They were merely bystanders. It was unreasonable for them to get dragged into this. When Darksickle heard Sherfeng's response, he was stunned. He hadn't expected that. Good. You forced my hand. Darksickle bellowed as he glared at Sherfong. Let me see whether or not you are worthy of your title as the Sword King. Darksickle flapped his wings, his massive body transforming into a gale that swept toward Sherfong. The windstorm was so powerful that it blew the surrounding players off their feet. Even the Tier 2 players barely kept their footing. It took only an instant for Dark Sickle to cross the 20 yards between him and Shifeng. As he arrived before the swordsman, he swung his claw at the man. As Stubborn Bone, who stood behind Shifeng, felt the attack's intense pressure, he felt his body grow heavy. However, despite the approaching attack, Shifeng made no attempt to dodge. Instead, his body lit with a golden light as he countered the attack with a swing of Killing Ray. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the marble under Shifeng's feet cracked. As the powerful storm subsided, and everyone could reopen their eyes, the unbelievable scene before them left them astounded. Shifeng's longsword had actually stopped the evil dragon's gigantic claw. He blocked it. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Shifeng had only taken a few steps back after receiving the attack. Everyone had a very clear understanding of the evil dragon's strength. Moreover, the creature was ridiculously fast. Current players had no hope against this evil dragon. Yet, Shifeng had stopped its attack. So what if you blocked a casual strike? I wonder how long you can keep it up. Dark Sickle sneered. Although Shifeng had blocked his attack, he knew that both his strength and speed were superior to Shifeng's. Meanwhile, Shifeng's berserk skill had a limited duration, and he hadn't even gotten serious yet. Dark Sickle proceeded to brandish his claws, sending countless afterimages flying at Shifeng. When the crowd saw the innumerable afterimages, they were momentarily stunned. If they were in Shifeng's position, they wouldn't have any way to nullify the attack. They had never thought that a player-controlled monster would be so horrifically powerful. Unlike players, monsters couldn't fully exhibit their combat power, and they couldn't execute rapid chain attacks, which was why players had a chance of defeating them. But as these players watched the evil dragon's attacks, they were overcome with despair, instinctively giving up on any form of resistance. Finally getting serious? Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised to see the approaching afterimages. Immediately, he unsheathed the abyssal blade and brandished both swords. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. One sword light after another flew from Shifeng's hands and clashed with the claw afterimages, sparks and sounds of explosions filling the air. The exchanges between Shifeng and Dark Sickle were so fast that not even the surrounding Tier 2 experts could discern what was happening. They could only hear the booms as a strong wind pushed against them. Too strong. Black Flame can actually fight that powerful evil dragon to a standstill? Is he really a player? An indescribable shock filled the spectators as they watched the showdown between a human and a dragon. As for Dark Sickle, the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He clearly had the advantage when it came to strength and speed, yet Shifeng's swords always deflected his attacks as the swordsman employed an impeccable defense and only lost a small amount of HP from each clash. Even after more than 10 seconds, Shifeng hadn't even lost 10% of his HP. Big Sis Melody, Black Flame is ridiculously strong. He can actually face off against a player with the strength of a Tier 3. Archaic Species. If Black Flame is willing to help us, we might be able to resolve the matter with the Death God Workshop. She was breathless, yet Shifeng's breathing remained steady despite such an intense battle. Black Flame is quite powerful, but at the end of the day, he's still using a berserk skill. He can't keep this up for long. Once his skill's duration is over, he won't be able to stop the evil dragon. We should leave quickly, One-Arm Rashomon said worriedly. There's no need to be afraid. We're in a guild city. There are plenty of NPC soldiers nearby. That evil dragon can't keep fighting for long, either, Melody said as she turned to look at Zero Wing City's NPC soldiers, who had just arrived. The first NPC soldiers to arrive were a 20-man patrol squad, and every soldier was a level 80, Tier 2 NPC. Upon arriving, the NPCs attacked Dark Sickle without hesitation. As these Tier 2 NPCs received an attribute boost from the city's core magic array, their strength could rival great lords of the same level. Due to the NPC soldiers' participation, Shifeng's situation turned for the better. One of the Tier 2 cleric NPCs immediately cast Recovery on Shifeng, granting him an hot buff. Meanwhile, several MTs carrying shields quickly formed a defensive wall before Shifeng, severely hindering the evil dragon's attacks, while several ranged NPCs bombarded Dark Sickle with attacks, depleting the evil dragon's HP by tens of thousands. Although Dark Sickle still had the upper hand, it was only a matter of time before his HP was whittled down to nothing. Black Flame, I have underestimated you, but you still can't stop me if I target other players. When Dark Sickle saw the growing NPC crowd around him, he realized that continuing his fight with Sherfong would be detrimental. He then shifted his gaze to Unbounded's two members, sneering as he said, "I'll show you the price of angering me." After saying so, Dark Sickle flapped his wings and dashed towards Stubborn Bone and the swordsman youth. Since his strength and speed were so much greater than Sherfong and the Tier 2 NPC soldiers, it only took him a second to shake them off and reach the Unbounded duo. "Elemental oppression," Sherfong shouted. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from each of the 4 towers of elements, located in Zero Wing City's 4 corners. A colossal magic array enveloped the city from above, freezing space within the city's walls. Every player in the city felt their bodies become indescribably heavy. As for Dark Sickle, it felt as if his body had been submerged in a pool of water. Now, it took a lot more effort to move his claws, decreasing his attack speed by more than 50%. After activating elemental oppression, Sherfong used Instant Strike to appear before Dark Sickle. He then swung Killing Ray at the evil dragon's descending claw. Pung! After repelling the attack, Sherfong thrust the abyssal blade towards Dark Sickle. Although the evil dragon saw the attack and tried to intercept it with his other claw, he was simply too slow to keep up with Sherfeng's strike. Suddenly, Dark Sickle felt pain in his chest before his body was thrown backward, the attack's outcome surprising him. Chapter 1915, Might of the 4 Towers of Elements, he sent the dragon flying. The crowd stared in shock as Sherfong threw the evil dragon backward by over a dozen yards. A moment ago, Sherfong had clearly been at a disadvantage, yet he had just sent this intruder flying. Moreover, he had done so with a normal attack. Damn it! Why does this city have such a powerful domain magic array? Dark Sickle glared at the magic barrier above the city with a grim expression. Due to this magic array, his mobility had been reduced by at least half. Moreover, his basic attributes had decreased by as much as 40%. This drop in his performance was the reason that Sherfong had succeeded in throwing him so far with a simple, normal attack. A domain magic array. So, this is Zero Wing City's trump card? Although the magic array's powerful suppression only targeted Dark Sickle, the various guild upper echelons realized what had happened. The previous exchange's unexpected outcome hadn't been a result of Sherfeng's strength. Rather, it had been because the magic array, which had abruptly appeared above the city, had drastically weakened Dark Sickle. The magic array must be particularly powerful, since an ordinary array wouldn't be enough to suppress a Tier 3 archaic species to this extent. After Sherfong repulsed Dark Sickle, the 20 NPC soldiers moved to surround him. They had no problems suppressing Dark Sickle now, dealing over minus 100,000 damage with each attack. No matter how much Dark Sickle struggled, he couldn't break free from the NPC's encirclement. He couldn't even get close to any of the surrounding players, much less kill them. How is this possible? Wind Hunter, who watched from a safe distance, frowned. He hadn't expected Zero Wing City to possess such powerful defenses. Not only did the city possess a defensive magic array, but it was also a domain magic array. He had used a precious disguise tool to sneak Dark Sickle into the city, yet his efforts had gone to waste. Now, Dark Sickle couldn't even manage to kill a single ordinary player, much less the 2 Unbounded members. If this battle continued, Dark Sickle would be the only player to die. Boss Wind, more NPCs are gathering to my location. I can't hold on at this rate. If I'm going to cause any damage to Zero Wing City, I'm afraid that I'll have to use that move. Dark Sickle contacted Wind Hunter while defending himself against the NPC soldiers. His evil dragonification was far different from the first attempts. Not only had it granted him a level boost, but he could also use an overtier spell while in his evil dragon form. However, this overtier spell was still one of the evil god's temple's secrets. He couldn't reveal it to the public unless absolutely necessary. Yet, he could only deal a significant blow to Zero Wing City if he used this overtier spell now. The Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scroll he had prepared was his only other option of escape. After giving the matter some thought, Wind Hunter gnashed his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Use it. Although this will expose the evil dragon's true strength earlier than planned, it is better than leaving the city without accomplishing anything. Dust Edge had warned him that the evil dragonification process was still incomplete, and as a result, casting its Overtear spell would require a heavy price. If Dark Sickle used the Overtear spell now, it might even cancel his evil dragonification. But he couldn't care less right now. If they escaped without accomplishing anything in Zero Wing City, the evil god's temple would be a laughingstock, and Zero Wing would become even more famous. Once he had permission to use the Overtear spell, Dark Sickle's worries vanished. Now he was overcome with mad excitement. Black Flame, I'll show you the true price of defying me. Dark Sickle snarled as he glared at Shifeng, ignoring the surrounding NPC's attacks. Suddenly, the evil energy around his body skyrocketed, and his aura intensified. 12 pitch-black magic arrays manifested around Dark Sickle, each opening a hole in space as a flood of evil energy poured out and into Dark Sickle's draconic form. A ball of black light then formed before the evil dragon, gradually expanding. Tier 4 Overtear spell, Evil Energy Burst. When cast, this spell would absorb evil energy from other planes and deal devastating damage to a 300-yard radius. With how crowded Zero Wing City's central district currently was, such an AoE would devour several thousand players. Crap! That evil dragon is trying to use a large-scale destruction spell. We need to get out of here. Melody's expression darkened as destructive energy filled Dark Sickle's surroundings. All of the spectating magical class players could feel the large-scale destruction spell Dark Sickle was preparing to cast. They immediately turned and tried to flee. Running. Dark Sickle sneered at the fleeing players. I can collect all the energy I need in 2 more seconds. Do you think you can run 300 yards that quickly? Hearing Dark Sickle's taunt, the fleeing players despaired. Damned lunatic. We're only visiting Zero Wing City, yet you're attacking us too. Evil God's Temple, just you wait. I won't let you get away with this. The spectating players realized that escape was impossible. Aside from the NPCs and players with invulnerability skills, all of these players would likely die. Haha. Excellent. The Evil God's Temple has done a good job this time. I can't wait to see who would dare develop in Zero Wing City after today. The Evil God's Temple is ruthless, attacking Zero Wing City so soon after Zero Wing attacked Ancient Rock City. It seems Zero Wing will have a hard time developing further. The various guild upper echelons watching from a distance laughed as Dark Sickle prepared his large-scale destruction spell. Not only had the Evil God's Temple managed to sneak an evil dragon into Zero Wing City, but the evil dragon in question could also cast a large-scale destruction spell. After this, no player would feel safe visiting Zero Wing City in the future. Meanwhile, this situation would grant their guilds an opportunity to develop in the Witch's Hill. Die! Dark Sickle bellowed, madness filling his eyes as he glared at Shifeng, who stood unmoving before the 2 unbounded members. Suddenly, the pitch-black light ball before the evil dragon rapidly expanded. Like a black hole that devoured everything, the light ball all in its path with evil energy. Even elemental suppression is useless? A cold glint flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he stared at the expanding ball of light. What about this then? Saying so, Shifeng activated the 4 Towers of Elements' second killing move. Tier 4 Curse, Elemental Burst. The 4 Towers of Elements were one of God's domain's peak defensive structures. Even after 10 years in the game, the various super guilds had continued to protect their cities with the 4 Towers of Elements due to their 3 killing moves. Elemental Suppression, a domain magic array that drastically weakened enemies' combat powers, both in and outside of the city, was the tower's first move. The second move was Elemental Burst, a Tier 4 curse that rivaled a Tier 5 spell. Even Tier 5 existences would not dare to take this move head-on. The third move was Elemental Seal, a spell that even Tier 5 beings were afraid of. Of course, unlike the first 2 moves, which only required a small number of magic crystals, activating Elemental Seal required mana stones. As Shifeng activated Elemental Burst, a 4-colored beam descended from the magic array above Zero Wing City, slamming into Dark Sickle and the black light ball before him. By the time the light faded, only an empty crater, over 10 meters deep, remained. Chapter 1916. Fame spreads, the evil dragon is dead. Impossible. That's a Tier 3 archaic species we're talking about. The spectating players gaped at the deep crater in the middle of the street, utterly frozen in shock. They had thought that their deaths were certain a moment ago, but in the next second, the evil dragon, which had been about to release a large-scale destruction spell, had died. It had been so thoroughly destroyed that not even ashes remained. So strong. That attack instantly killed the half-HP dragon. Big Sis Melody, do you think that Zero Wing launched that attack just now? Scarlet Heart asked, overcome with shock. Although the evil dragon had lost a lot of HP during its fight against the NPC soldiers, it had over 15 million HP just a second ago. However, when the four-colored light pillar had descended, the evil dragon hadn't even had time to scream before it had been destroyed. This was the first time she had witnessed such a devastating attack since joining God's domain. Not even a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell could compare. Such a powerful attack would likely even injure mythic monsters. That's likely. But Zero Wing City's defenses truly are terrifying to annihilate a Tier 3 archaic species in one hit. I doubt other guilds have a chance of competing with Zero Wing in the Witch's Hill now, Melody said as she marveled at the magic barrier enveloping Zero Wing City. If Ninth Heaven's Guild Town were as powerful as Zero Wing City, it wouldn't have any problems dealing with the Death God Workshop. When players chose a guild town to visit, the most important aspect they took into account was the town's security. Whether it was independent players or merchant players, nobody wanted to die for no reason, wasting all of the effort they spent on leveling. Not only did Zero Wing City provide such a comfortable living environment, but its defenses were also immensely powerful. If they had the option, players would definitely choose to operate out of this city. What was that spell? Dark Sickle's magic resistance should have been boosted after transforming into an evil dragon. How could he have died despite still having over half of his HP? Wind Hunter's expression twisted when he saw the crater, void of the evil dragon. Although Dark Sickle was only a member of the second batch of experiments, the Evil God's Temple had spent a lot of resources on Dark Sickle's evil dragonification. Now that Dark Sickle was dead, those resources were gone. This outcome wouldn't have been so terrible if Dark Sickle had damaged Zero Wing City, but he hadn't even killed a single player. All Dark Sickle had accomplished was further solidifying the public's confidence in this city, which was the exact opposite of the Evil God's Temple's goal. The various guild upper echelons watching from a distance were in a similarly gloomy mood. Not only had Zero Wing City revealed its powerful domain magic array, but it also had command of such a powerful offensive spell. If any power had still harbored ideas of causing trouble in this city, they'd likely abandon the idea after today's display. I have to report this to the guild leader right away. Zero Wing City actually has such frightening defensive measures. It seems that we'll need to alter our plans and give up on the idea of harassing the city. We'll have to build a guild town in the Witch's Hill as soon as possible if we hope to compete with Zero Wing City. After this battle, the various guild upper echelons promptly reported to their respective superiors. They suggested that their guilds shift their focus to constructing a town in the map as soon as they could and avoid interfering with Zero Wing City's operations. If even a Tier 3 archaic species failed to cause trouble in the city, their guild's attempts would be an utter joke. Meanwhile, Shifeng, standing some distance away from the new crater, wasn't surprised in the least that Dark Sickle had died so quickly. Immediately, he instructed some of his NPCs to repair the damaged street and disperse the crowd, quickly ending this farce. The four Towers of Elements could even threaten a Tier 5 being, much less a Tier 3 evil dragon. This was also why he had stationed the Magic King in Silverwing Town instead of Zero Wing City. Once the lively Central District had returned to its former state, Shifeng called up Zero Wing City's system interface and selected 10 Tier 2 NPC soldiers with the most potential. He then armed them with the Bronze Wargod emblems. Although the Bronze Wargod emblems' effects would not help these Tier 2 NPC soldiers reach the Tier 3 standard, it pushed them quite close to it. Even if a level 80 Grand Lord came to cause trouble, a patrol squad with one of these pseudo Tier 3 NPCs could keep the creature busy until other squads arrived with the four Towers of Elements elemental suppression. If possible, Shifeng preferred to avoid using elemental bust. After all, the Tier 4 curse cost 2,000 magic crystals each time it activated. It was a considerable expenditure to Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of the commotion in Zero Wing City quickly spread throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Players bombarded the kingdom's forums with discussions about the event. Tier 3 Evil Dragon appears in Zero Wing City. Tier 3 archaic species gets instant killed. The various discussions on the forums brought Zero Wing City into a new light for the kingdom's players. Some independent players and adventurer teams, who hadn't been particularly interested in the city, decided to shift their base of operations to Zero Wing City. In God's domain, NPC cities were the safest locations for player residences. Hence, many players preferred to develop in NPC cities that lacked resources rather than in cities with abundant resources and lacking security. After all, the cost of death was simply too high. They would rather level up at a slower pace than take such a risk. However, the situation had changed. Since Zero Wing City could even instant kill a Tier 3 archaic species, it was more than capable of doing the same for current players. If any player dared to cause trouble in the city, they'd suffer a similar fate as the evil dragon. One could say that Zero Wing City was now even safer than an ordinary NPC city. It also provided many benefits and occupied a resource-rich area. For a time, a large number of players in Starmoon Kingdom started to migrate to Zero Wing City, awaiting the Otherworld Gate's activation. In less than half an hour, Zero Wing City's player population had reached 10 million. Although many more players tried to enter the city, it had reached its maximum capacity. If players wished to enter the city, they would have to wait for others to leave it. Due to this, more than 100 adventurer teams now petitioned to join Zero Wing. Every one of these adventurer teams contacted Aqua Rose in the hopes that she could facilitate their merger, offering resources and lands that tempted the Zero Wing Vice Guild leader. One adventurer team's resources might not be a match for a large guild's, but over 100 teams combined would have a frightening amount furthermore. Many of the teams applying to join Zero Wing were well-known adventurer teams from Starmoon Kingdom and other countries. Their resources and lands were things that Zero Wing severely lacked. Because of this, Aqua Rose was at a loss, unsure of which adventurer teams to accept into the guild. Meanwhile, Melody, Scarlet Heart, and One-Arm Rashomon waited at the entrance to Zero Wing's guild residence. As they gazed at the many adventurer teams lined up to join the guild, they couldn't help their growing nerves. Big Sis Melody, with how powerful Zero Wing is right now, do you think Guild Leader Black Flame will accept our request? With the remuneration we plan to offer? Scarlet Heart asked nervously as she looked at the Tier 2 experts of the various adventurer teams entering Zero Wing's residence. These well-known adventurer teams all had a lot of resources and land saved up. Even so, they were still willing to hand everything over to Zero Wing in the hopes of merging their entire adventurer team with the guild. Compared to what these adventurer teams were offering, the remuneration they had prepared in exchange for Zero Wing's help with the Death God Workshop was simply, "I don't know. We'll only find out once we've started the negotiations," Melody said, shaking her head. She wasn't particularly confident about their chances, either. The only thing they could do was rely on their relationship with Thoughtful Rain. Chapter 1917, Forest City Transaction Zero Wing City, Zero Wing's residence. A large number of players crowded around the residence's entrance, applying to join Zero Wing. Many of these players were well-equipped, high-level experts, and quite a few were Tier 2 players. This scene surprised many passers-by. Tier 2 was currently the symbol of an expert. Even players that had only completed the normal mode promotion quest were considered experts. After all, the Tier 2 promotion quest was not easy to clear. It was impossible without reaching a certain standard. However, compared to the Tier 2 players outside of the residence, the adventurer teams in line truly dumbfounded the nearby spectators. Every adventurer team entering Zero Wing's residence possessed a certain degree of fame. Moreover, all of the team's representatives wore excellent equipment, with a few wearing level 50 fine gold equipment. There were also plenty of Tier 2 experts among these adventurer teams, and unlike the independent Tier 2 experts in line, the weakest among these adventurer team experts had completed the hard mode promotion quest. They had far more potential than the experts that had only completed the normal mode quest. With so many adventurer teams seeking to join Zero Wing, Zero Wing's strength will quickly and significantly increase. Amazing! I've seen more than 20 adventurer teams entering the residence thus far. Combined, these adventure teams have even more overall combat power than third-rate guilds. Hopefully, Zero Wing doesn't accept too many. Otherwise, Independent players like us will have a much slimmer chance of joining the guild. The independent players in line were excited and worried as they watched the various adventurer teams following after Zero Wing's representatives. Now that Zero Wing City had revealed its powerful defenses, countless players wanted to develop in the city. Zero Wing's future was clear. Even if the guild lost its position in the Or Empire, its standing in Starmoon Kingdom would be unshakable. To the general populace, Zero Wing was even stronger than a first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms. A first-rate guild that occupied 2 or 3 kingdoms might have a lot of resources, but its development couldn't be considered stable. There was still a very high chance that other guilds would steal its resources. However, that was not the case for Zero Wing. As long as Zero Wing City stood, the guild's position in the kingdom would remain stable. With how powerful Zero Wing City's defenses were, it was very hard to imagine any power capturing or destroying the city. Even if a power were capable of doing so, it wouldn't likely be interested in a backwater country like Starmoon Kingdom. They'd definitely set their sights on better territories. While the crowd outside of the residence discussed Zero Wing's future, 2 women emerged from the residence. The moment these 2 women appeared, the crowd outside went into an uproar. This reaction wasn't due to the women's peerless beauty, but because of the guild emblems pinned to their armor. Not only did they wear mysterious iron guild emblems, but the emblems also radiated a dark purple glow. In Zero Wing, normal members didn't wear glowing guild emblems. Players would only get a glowing emblem once they became one of the guild's elites, their emblem emitting a light blue glow. The guild's core members wore guild emblems that gave off a light purple glow. Only the players who ranked in the top 10 of their class would wear a dark purple glowing emblem. Zero Wing's class rankings were determined by one's contribution to the guild and their combat power. Hence, the rankings were an incredibly reliable method of spotting an expert. The fact that these 2 women wore dark purple glowing guild emblems meant that they both had extremely high positions in Zero Wing. These 2 women were none other than Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. When Melody saw the commotion Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo caused just with their appearance alone, she could not help but marvel at the situation. She had only become acquainted with Thoughtful Rain after helping the woman in a neutral map. She had recognized Thoughtful Rain's strength and had thought of poaching the woman into Ninth Heaven. However, looking at it now, she found the idea laughable. "Rain, what did your guild leader say?" Melody anxiously asked as the woman approached. "Big sis Melody, don't worry. I've already talked to the guild leader. He says he is willing to hear you out," Thoughtful Rain said, smiling. "The guild leader is waiting for you in his office right now. I'll bring you to him." "Your guild leader is willing to talk?" Melody released a sigh of relief. Now that she understood how powerful Zero Wing was, she knew that it would be very difficult to secure a meeting with its guild leader, especially since her guild was merely an up-and-coming second-rate guild. Before seeking Thoughtful Rain's help, she had sought aid from several first-rate guilds, but when they had learned that her request was related to the Death God workshop, they had even refused to meet with her, much less negotiate. Only the Setting Sun Guild had been willing to hear her out. As the players in line watched, Thoughtful Rain led the Ninth Heaven trio into Zero Wing's guild hall. The guild hall bustled with activity. Many of the guild's experts had returned to the residence in anticipation for the Otherworld gates opening. Currently, over 200 Tier 2 experts loitered around the first-floor hall, stupefying Melody and her companions. Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts easily outnumbered Ninth Heaven's by many times. Moreover, this was only a portion of the guild's Tier 2 experts. Even first-rate guilds paled in comparison to Zero Wing. After a short moment, the group arrived before the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. Currently, several dozen Tier 2 experts sat outside of the office, every one of which was level 56 or higher. These experts were all from the various adventurer teams applying to join Zero Wing. They would all be top-ranked players in any first-rate guild, but they sat quietly as if waiting for some kind of judgment. The hallway was deathly silent. However, Thoughtful Rain ignored these people as she led Melody's group into the guild leader's office. When Melody and the others entered the office, they felt an oppressive sensation overcome their bodies. This sensation didn't originate from Sherfong, who sat behind an office desk, but from Kola and the others, who stood near their guild leader. When they saw Kola and his companions' levels, Melody's group was speechless. Including Kola, 4 of these people had reached level 60, while the rest were level 59. Right now, even the highest-leveled player in Forest City was only level 58. You're here. Rain has already told me about your situation. Zero Wing can help you with your problem. But in return, Zero Wing wants 2 shops in Forest City's central district. What are your thoughts on this condition? Shifeng said when he saw Melody entering the room. 2 central district shops? Melody breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She had been afraid that Shifeng would try to take advantage of their predicament and rip them off, but he had simply asked for 1 more shop than she had initially prepared. That won't be a problem. However, may I know when Guild Leader Black Flame intends to deal with the matter regarding the Death God Workshop? If the situation dragged on for too long, Ninth Heaven's losses would become increasingly severe. Unfortunately, dealing with an organization like the Death God Workshop wasn't easy. Preparations had to be made. If Shifeng could give her a time frame, she would have an easier time coordinating with his guild. Once we sign a contract, I'll send Cola's group with you to Forest City to deal with the issue, Shifeng responded. Just them. One-Arm Rashoman's eyes widened in shock when he heard Shifeng's plan. Turning to Cola and the others, he could not help but feel that Shifeng was taking them too lightly. Either that, or he had no idea of the Death God Workshop's strength. The Death God Workshop had several hundred members, and every one of them was an expert. Moreover, the workshop constantly employed hit-and-run tactics, making its movements unpredictable. Stopping the Death God Workshop with only the several players in Cola's party would be impossible. If the matter had been that simple, Ninth Heaven could have resolved it without help. Guild Leader Black Flame, the Death God Workshop is quite powerful, adept at using guerrilla warfare against guilds. Even superpowers have to tolerate their antics. With so few people, I'm afraid that, Melody tried to warn Shifeng. Relax. Cola's group will be enough. If it isn't, I'll find another way to deal with this problem, Shifeng said, chuckling. If you have no other concerns, let's sign the contract. Melody could not help but sigh at Shifeng's response, but since he had agreed to help, demanding too much wouldn't benefit her. She could only see how this played out if the problem persisted. Zero Wing would dispatch more experts to deal with the Death God Workshop. Chapter 1918, Fairy Country. Once Shifeng and Melody had signed their contract, Cola and Fire Dance, whom Shifeng had tasked with leading a 20-man team, followed Melody's group to Forest City. When Shifeng had finished with the situation regarding Ninth Heaven, he selected a few adventurer teams to annex into Zero Wing. These adventurer teams had been relatively powerful during his previous life, although they had yet to reach their full potential. Fortunately, their experts were no weaker than those in large guilds. They only lacked resources and combat experience. Among the adventurer teams that had applied, the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Unbounded had truly surprised Shifeng. Even now, Unbounded ranked among the top 100 adventurer teams in its kingdom. Stubborn Bone, Unbounded's commander, had also been quite famous in the past. Not only had he developed Unbounded into a top adventurer team, but he had also become a Tier 4 berserker himself. Unfortunately, due to a lack of equipment, he had never reached Tier 5. There was also another Unbounded member who had reached Tier 4, the Archlight Sword Emperor, Seven Light. Although Seven Light had been slightly weaker than Stubborn Bone, the difference hadn't been related to their technique standards, but due to a lack of proper equipment and weapons. Meanwhile, due to the fact that Unbounded had 2 Tier 4 expert members, it had barely qualified as a top adventurer team in the Secret Pavilion's eyes. Even so, the feat was impressive. After all, top adventurer teams that earned the Secret Pavilion's recognition could even rival the best second-rate guilds, with some of the more powerful teams rivaling first-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing had annexed Unbounded, this had guaranteed that Zero Wing would have 2 more peak experts in the future. Moreover, since Unbounded had focused its development in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the adventurer team had established a foundation in the kingdom. After annexing Unbounded, Zero Wing would have more influence in the kingdom, which would in turn make it easier to obtain resources unique to the kingdom. After Shifeng finished selecting adventurer teams, he made his way to the Candlelight trading firm and started to mass-produce all-round devices. He also instructed Melancholic Smile to arrange the production of advanced darkness resistance potions in preparation for his expedition to Kama Island. Meanwhile, in the second-floor hall of Zero Wings Guild Hall, when the various adventurer team representatives waiting in the hall saw Aqua Rose, they all could not help but grow nervous. After researching your adventurer teams, we have decided that we will only fully welcome the teams on this list for those not listed. Zero Wing will accept a portion of your members, Aqua Rose said as she passed a list to the various adventurer teams present. Also, every adventurer team that agrees to join will receive 20 internal member slots in Zero Wing. If you agree to these conditions, you may see me to sign a contract, becoming one of our guild members. Currently, more than 60 adventurer teams were interested in joining Zero Wing, but the guild could only afford to recruit a limited number of players. If Zero Wing recruited too many, it would only hinder the guild's development. Hence, including the adventurer teams Shifeng had handpicked, Aqua Rose had only decided to allow 11 adventurer teams to join Zero Wing, all of which had relatively strong Tier 2 experts and resources that would be crucial to Zero Wing's development. After checking the list, some of the adventurer teams celebrated, while others were frustrated. "Commander, this is great. Our adventurer team can join Zero Wing as a whole." Seven Light exclaimed after reading the list. After witnessing Shifeng's fight with the evil dragon, his desire to join the guild had grown. Despite being at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed, Shifeng had relied on his extraordinary techniques to render the evil dragon powerless. He had been utterly mesmerized. When he thought about how he might be able to seek guidance from Shifeng after joining the guild, he couldn't help his excitement. "Good. For now, I'll go and apply to form a 1,000-man legion with Zero Wing while you head back and prepare our players to migrate to Zero Wing City. From now on, we'll operate out of this city." Stubborn Bone was just as elated. Even before applying to join Zero Wing, he had heard that Zero Wing offered amazing benefits to its players. When he had stepped into Zero Wing's residence, he had learned that the reality was even better than the rumors. Not only did Zero Wing's members have priority when using the battle arena's combat rooms, but they could also rent advanced combat rooms in exchange for GCPs. As long as they had enough GCPs, they could even learn all kinds of combat techniques. However, what surprised him the most was Zero Wing's guild warehouse. There were even level 55 and 60 dark gold weapons and equipment available for purchase. Of course, guild members had to have enough GCPs and sufficient status to buy these items. Only core members were allowed access to top-tier items. Even so, elite members could purchase level 55 and 60 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, Zero Wing's members had a variety of methods to earn money. Not only were a ton of high-ranked quests available in the guild's various residences, but there were also plenty of guild transportation quests available in Silverwing City. These guild transportation quests awarded far better remuneration than the transportation firm's quests for non-guild members. With all of these resources, Stubborn Bone even had hope of becoming a peak expert in God's domain. However, he wanted to get Unbounded's member settled in Zero Wing City first. Then he would do everything he could to raise his position in the guild. He could only secure more resources to grow by doing so. All of the adventurer teams that joined Zero Wing would start as normal members, and commanders were no exception. Meanwhile, in the Fairy Country, a neutral map far away from Starmoon Kingdom, under Melody's lead, Cola and the others finally arrived at the Fairy Country's Forest City. This place is so prosperous. It seems like there are so many more players here than in Starmoon City. Shadow Sword was a little surprised to see half-beastmen and half-elves filling the streets. Fire Dance and the others nodded in agreement. In their opinion, very few players should choose to play as a neutral race, but Forest City's streets were packed. Moreover, all of these players were very high-leveled, with most having passed level 55. Many of them had even reached level 57, which only expert players could do at this stage of the game. In fact, Forest City likely had more level 57 players than Zero Wing City. Forest City is the Fairy Country's capital. 1/3 of the country's half-beastmen and half-elves are here. Although it can't compare to an empire's imperial capital, it's more prosperous than an ordinary kingdom's capital. Fairy Country is a hub for players seeking individual strength. Players come here from various kingdoms and empires. If you gather all these players in a single location, it is only natural that you'd get a frightening number. Moreover, more players continue to flood into the city. This is why so many large guilds have set their sights on the Fairy Country. Some guilds have even converted all of their players into neutral races, Melody explained. There are as many as 5 first-rate guilds operating in Forest City, and everyone is competing over the position as the city's overlord. 5 first-rate guilds are competing over this city? Fire Dance was astonished. During the game's early stages, the competition in Starmoon Kingdom had been intense, but only 3 first-rate guilds had participated. However, 5 first-rate guilds fought over this single NPC city. Of course, Fire Dance recognized Forest City's value. Not long after Melody introduced Fire Dance and her team to the mesmerizing Forest City, she received a message. As she read it, Melody's expression darkened. Has something happened? Fire Dance asked when she noticed the change. I've just received a report stating that the Death God Workshop has taken action yet again. Just some time ago, the workshop ambushed one of our 1,000-man teams while it raided a field boss, Melody said grimly. The Death God Workshop? Hearing Melody's words, a joyful smile lit up Fire Dance's face as she asked, Can you take us there now? Now! Melody was stunned for a moment. We're pretty far from the ambush site. By the time we arrive, they will be gone. Moreover, the Death God Workshop only dispatched a 100-man team this time, and every member is an expert. With just the 20 of you, I'm afraid that. It's fine. Just lead us there to take a look, Fire Dance gently demanded with a calm smile. Chapter 1919, Battlefield of Monsters. Hearing Fire Dance's confident tone, Melody sent One-Arm Rashomon to organize a team. While she understood that Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily strong, the Death God Workshop was not a simple opponent otherwise. Forest City's various first-rate guilds wouldn't have such a massive headache over the workshop. It should be known that the Death God Workshop had ambushed those guilds' teams many times, but the workshop's members were quite cunning. Despite doing all they could to retaliate, their efforts had been wasted on a few small fries. They couldn't reach the Death God Workshop's core. This was also why only the super first-rate guild Setting Sun, of all the guilds she had reached out to, had been willing to help them. However, the Setting Sun's price was just vicious. Accepting Setting Sun's offer was no different than giving the guild, which she had gone to great lengths to develop, away. She would never agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, with how many members the Death God Workshop had mobilized to ambush Ninth Heaven's 1,000-man team, they'd suffer a massive loss if Fire Dance and her companions actually found the workshop's members. Hence, as a precaution, she had decided to take some of her people along. She couldn't afford to let Fire Dance and the others die so soon after reaching Forest City. It would be hard to explain to Zero Wing. Due to time constraints, One-Arm Rashomon was only able to gather a little over 200 experts from the guild before Melody led Fire Dance and the team to Wisp Cemetery, a level 60 to 75 map some distance from Forest City. Dark clouds covered the sky above Wisp Cemetery throughout the year, and although lush forest occupied the area, it gave off an oppressive and gloomy aura. However, since this was a high-resource map, many guilds often grinded and collected resources here. Melody and her group carefully advanced down a forest path as they made their way towards the reported battlefield. Although not many monsters called Wisp Cemetery home, the wandering wisps in the area were incredibly troublesome. Once they spotted living creatures, they'd call upon a small force of undead creatures to eliminate the intruders. These little monsters could easily summon hundreds and thousands of undead creatures with its call. To make matters worse, not only did the undead creatures provide very little EXP, but they also almost never dropped good items. As a result, players grinding in the Wisp Cemetery tried to avoid the wandering wisps and undead creatures as often as possible. After traveling through the Wisp Cemetery for about half an hour, Melody's group finally reached the ambush site. The Death God Workshop had ambushed Ninth Heaven's players at the entrance of an underground tomb. The tomb contained a level 63 field boss, and the Death God Workshop had killed both Ninth Heaven's members and the field boss during its ambush. Traces of combat were evident in and outside of the tomb. It was clear that the recent battle had been intense. Players' blood had been scattered across the ground, filling the air with its stench. They must have executed the ambush during the boss fight. They must have stationed some players outside of the tomb to stop anyone from escaping. Were there any survivors from the 1,000-man team? Thoughtful Rain turned to ask Melody after observing the bloodstains. Not one person managed to escape. The Death God Workshop always operates this way. Whenever the workshop launches an ambush, it uses a magic scroll to seal the area, preventing players from using instantaneous movement scrolls and return scrolls, Melody said, gnashing her teeth. Although the ambush team wasn't the guild's main force, it was an elite team led by expert players. Losing the entire team had incurred significant losses. Not only had every player died, but they had also all lost a piece of equipment. The lost weapons and equipment were far more of a problem than the lost levels. Big Sis Fire, too much time has passed since the end of the battle. The players from the workshop have already left the area, and their tracks have faded. I'm afraid that chasing after them is impossible, Flying Shadow said after getting no results from his tracking skill. Your Tier 1 tracking skill isn't enough. Fortunately, I recently learned Mana Perception, rare Tier 2 tracking skill. I can now perceive traces that aren't visible to the naked eye. To put it simply, I can see the mana fluctuations players leave behind. It's been less than 3 hours since the battle ended, so the Death God Workshop players are still within my perception range. Not even a Tier 1 anti-tracking skill will have any effect against my skill, Fire Dance said, smiling faintly. Why else do you think the guild leader sent me? Hearing Fire Dance's words, Flying Shadow grew a little excited. He had thought this job would be difficult, but it seemed that they'd be able to complete the task quickly with Fire Dance's new skill. Fire Dance then proceeded to use Mana Perception, tracking the ambushing players. If the Death God Workshop members had used a return scroll to leave the area, she wouldn't have been able to track them. However, she'd find them as long as they simply walked away. These people haven't left using a return scroll. After lingering here for some time, they headed north, Fire Dance said as she watched the mana fluctuations lead into the forest. Hurriedly, she said, they only left about an hour ago. We still have hope of catching up to them. Let's move out. Saying so, Fire Dance took the lead and followed the mana fluctuations with her teammates close behind. She found them. Melody could not help her growing excitement. Hurriedly, she and the 200-plus experts from her guild followed after Fire Dance. She had never thought that Fire Dance was so amazing to locate a trail that was more than an hour old. Ordinary tracking skills were impressive enough if they could find 30-minute-old traces. If the target had an anti-tracking skill, finding them would be even more difficult. After following the trail for about half an hour, the group finally arrived before an ancient temple nestled in a thick grove of trees. At a glance, over 500 players were gathered before the temple's entrance. However, these players were a part of two different groups, a 60-man team and a 500-man team. All of the 500 wore uniform equipment of relatively high quality, and they were all level 56 or above. This was obviously a guild team. Huh, isn't that East Crow's Troubled Madness? Melody, who had hidden behind a tree, wondered aloud when she saw a righteous man among the 500-man team. The man wore aqua-blue mage robes and held a staff embedded with 3 resplendent gemstones. Why is he here? Troubled Madness was a vice guild leader from East Crow, a first-rate guild. In terms of individual strength, he ranked among the top in his guild. He was also one of the top-ranking elementalists in Forest City, and he wasn't any weaker than she was. East Crow's 500-man team had surrounded the Death God Workshop's 60 members. It was evident that East Crow had located the troublesome players before her group. How fortunate. I had never thought that I'd get to meet 2 of the Death God Workshop's famous commanders, Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, at the same time. You have been challenging to track down. Now, it's time to pay for your past transgressions. Troubled Madness snarled as he glared at a man and a woman amidst the Death God Workshop's group. The middle-aged man that had a scholarly look was a level 58, Tier 2 swordsman, while the tall woman exuding a wild aura was a level 58, Tier 2 berserker. Frost, what do you think we did to East Crow? The tall woman asked as she considered the situation. It seemed as if she were trying to remember what she had done to this first-rate guild. I don't remember. We've done a lot of things. There's no way I can remember everything. Since we can't remember, it shouldn't have been important, Frost Rain, the scholarly man, said with a wave of his hand, expressing his lack of concern over such trivial matters. A mere workshop dares to mock East Crow. We already have you surrounded. None of you should think of leaving this place alive. Troubled Madness bellowed in rage. East Crow's other members went into a frenzy, killing intent flooding from them as they charged at the Death God Workshop players. The Workshop's players had previously killed their guild leader in the fields and stole an important epic weapon, yet they acted as if the incident meant nothing. Why wouldn't this enrage East Crow's players? Countless spells and arrows rained down on the Death God Workshop's members as East Crow's MTs and melee players tightened their circle. All of these guild players were experts, and their coordination was seamless. "After so much talk, you still attack us?" "Chopped axe," the tall woman exclaimed. "I haven't had my fill yet, so let's see how far you East Crow players can go." After saying so, Chopped Axe charged into the shrinking wall of players. Frost Rain, however, showed no interest in the battle. He yawned with boredom, further inciting guild players' fury. The MTs and melee players on the front line began to employ their specialty moves, meeting Chopped Axe in battle. Elated, Chopped Axe raised the excessively large axe in her hands and brandished it at the approaching players. Pung! 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 As the two sides clashed, the level 56+ shield warriors, guardian knights, berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins were sent flying, their HPs plummeting. Not even their healers could keep up with the damage. In less than 30 seconds, Chopped Axe had carved a hole in East Crow's encirclement. Seeing this, the Death God Workshop members surged through the gap and assaulted the guild's ranged players. In less than a minute after the battle had begun, only half of East Crow's 500-man team remained alive, yet the Workshop's team had only suffered a few casualties. The guild players' screams filled the battlefield, and to make matters worse, not a single player lasted more than 5 moves against Chopped Axe. Even Tier 2 MTs fell after 4 of her attacks. She was unstoppable on the battlefield. Is she a monster? Troubled Madness was dazed as he watched the woman's rampant slaughter, his fighting spirit fizzling out. How boring. You're giving up already? Chopped Axe clicked her tongue when she noticed the fear in Troubled Madness's eyes, clearly disappointed. All right, Axe, that's enough. We don't have time to play with these people. We need to get into the temple quickly. Frost Rain, who hadn't made a single move, reminded his comrade as he gestured to the temple before him. He completely ignored the 200+ East Crow members that were still alive. Chapter 1920, Zero Wing vs. Death God. As Troubled Madness and the other East Crow members lost their fighting spirit, they started to pull away from the Death God Workshop's team, trying to avoid the axe-wielding Chopped Axe in particular. Fear overwhelmed the guild players. No matter how they looked at it, this one-sided battle felt like a nightmare. They were all experts from East Crow, a first-rate guild, but they were nothing more than powerless children before the Workshop's players. If they retold this tale in Forest City, no one would believe them. As neutral race players, their Tier 2 promotion quests were more difficult than human players. Of course, after completing their Tier 2 promotion, their racial traits were boosted as well. They were even stronger than ordinary Tier 2 classes. But despite so many Tier 2 players on their team, they had no hope of resisting Chopped Axe. Moreover, the female berserker hadn't used a single skill, relying on her techniques in this battle. As East Crow's members retreated, Death God Workshop's members lost interest in the fight. They didn't even bother to chase down the guild players. Instead, they turned and walked toward the temple. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? A Tier 2 cleric asked Troubled Madness when he realized that the Workshop's players were ignoring their guild. There's nothing we can do. These people are monsters. Chopped Axe, in particular, has the strength of a 1,000-man legion. We have no chance against her. Most likely, only Setting Sun, which is interested in Forest City, can stop them now, Troubled Madness said as he balled his fists, fear and frustration filling his heart. Although he was a powerful expert, he could only take on 24 experts at the same time. Against a 100-man expert team, even he would have to flee. In contrast, Chopped Axe had just rendered a 500 expert team powerless. With such strength, it would take 1,000 experts to defeat the woman. In other words, Chopped Axe had the strength to single-handedly change the outcome of a battle of several thousand players. Be an absolute nightmare in the fields. Meanwhile, Melody and the other Ninth Heaven members wore grim expressions after watching the battle from their hiding spot in the forest near the temple. How can the Death God Workshop have such a powerful expert? Melody watched Chopped Axe in a daze. Although the Death God Workshop members her guild had encountered were impressive, There hadn't been anyone as strong as Chopped Axe among the group. East Crow's experts were much stronger than independent experts, and while independent players would be considered experts after reaching the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor, East Crow's experts had reached the 5th floor's late stage at the very least. And still, those experts were helpless against Chopped Axe. Although she had brought a little over 200 guild experts with her, these players' overall strength couldn't compare to Troubled Madness's 500-man team. Moreover, Troubled Madness was just as strong as she was. So, they're the Death God Workshop's members? Fire Dance asked Melody. MHM. They are. Melody nodded. It seems this trip wasn't a complete waste of time after all, Fire Dance said as she watched the group of players approach the mysterious temple. She then turned to her guildmates and announced, "All right, time to get to work." Saying so, Fire Dance emerged from the grove of trees and approached the players from the Death God Workshop. "We're getting to work." Cola and the other Zero Wing members grinned before following after Fire Dance. "What are you doing?" Melody's anxiety peaked as she watched Fire Dance and her companions leave their hiding place. "Didn't you just see how powerful those players are? With our current team, we won't even serve as a warm-up. We should return and organize a stronger team." The Death God Workshop's commanders were its strongest players. She had assumed that while these commanders might be strong, they shouldn't be much stronger than the workshop's other players, but it seemed that she had been gravely mistaken. Moreover, this Death God Workshop team was led by 2 commander-level existences. When she considered the possibility of the scholarly man, Frost Rain, being as powerful as Chopped Axe, she shuddered. Fighting the 2 Death God Workshop commanders at the same time would be suicidal. However, despite Melody's advice, Fire Dance stepped out of the forest's cover as if she hadn't heard Melody at all. "Guild leader, what should we do?" Scarlet Heart asked nervously. "We have no choice. We have to follow them. We are responsible for requesting Zero Wing's help. We can't sit here and do nothing while they fight." Melody sighed as she and her guild members followed Zero Wing's team. The temple's entrance was an empty clearing, void of any obstructions. The moment Fire Dance and her team appeared, they attracted the attention of East Crow's members. "Who are they?" "Huh, they're human." "Why are humans here?" East Crow's members softly discussed the approaching players. Aside from merchant players, human players were rare in the fairy country. Naturally, spotting a group of 20 human players would be odd. Shortly after Zero Wing's members left the forest, Ninth Heaven's players revealed themselves. Since Ninth Heaven was a local first-rate guild, East Crow's members recognized the expert players, especially Melody. For a time, a commotion erupted among East Crow's members. What is Ninth Heaven's guild leader doing here? Did she come to take revenge for the Death God Workshop's recent ambush? That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't she see the fight just now? Even with our numbers, we were no match. And she only has around 200 experts with her. With so few players, they won't even be a warm-up for Chopped Axe. They must have missed it. Why else would they make such a foolish move? East Crow's members were shocked as they watched Ninth Heaven's team approach the Death God Workshop members. They could not figure out what Melody was trying to do. Troubled Madness agreed that Melody must have lost her mind. Even if she hadn't seen the battle, she should at least notice the corpses littering the clearing. "Oh, aren't you from Ninth Heaven?" Chopped Axe recognized Melody's group immediately. Smiling, she asked, "What? You want revenge for the trash we killed just now? Feel free to try. I can use this chance to stretch before going into the temple." Guild leader Melody, "Don't mind Chopped Axe. She is just joking." "Don't take her seriously," Frost Rain, who stood beside Chopped Axe, said, smiling at Melody. "If Ninth Heaven is willing to hand the item over, the Death God Workshop will stop targeting your members. I hope that you have carefully considered the matter. Don't even think about it. I will never hand it over to you." Melody growled, rage burning in her gaze. "It seems guild leader Melody still doesn't understand us. Since you're here, then, I'll show you the difference between us personally," Frost Rain said. Turning to his team members, he said, "Go. Remove these players, but leave guild leader Melody alive." Hearing Frost Rain's command, the several dozen Death God Workshop members pounced on Ninth Heaven's members like wild beasts. They treated the 200-plus experts before them like prey awaiting slaughter. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Do not fight alone," Melody said, her expression grim as she glared at the 50-plus players charging towards her. Although these Death God Workshop members were not as monstrous as Chopped Axe, they were extraordinarily powerful. She knew from watching the previous battle that they were far stronger than ordinary experts. Just before the workshop's players reached Ninth Heaven's members, a black-clad figure appeared before one of the level 57, Tier 2 Guardian Knights leading the charge. This figure then transformed into a shadow as it pierced through the Guardian Knight. Without time to utter a scream, the Tier 2 Guardian Knight collapsed to the ground, his HP bar drained to nothing. The workshop's players slid to a halt after seeing the shocking attack, turning towards the figure. "Who are you?" the Death God Workshop members demanded as they watched the figure, afraid. "I am Zero Wings Fire Dance." Fire Dance introduced herself as she sheathed 1,000 transformations. Sweeping a glance over the Death God Workshop's members, she calmly stated, "I'm here to bury you." Chapter 1921 Duel of Strength. The Death God Workshop's members shot Fire Dance chilling expressions after hearing her statement. "You're here to bury us? How bold." This woman must be dreaming. Although Fire Dance's level 60 was surprising, a 2 or 3 level difference was nothing to experts like them. They were merely on alert due to her successfully ambushing and killing a Tier 2 metric tons. However, Fire Dance was dearly mistaken if she thought that she could slay them all. Several melee experts immediately charged at the assassin, striking with axes, spears, and greatswords simultaneously. These experts' coordination blocked all paths of retreat available. However, Fire Dance did not remain idle. Unsheathing 1,000 transformations once more, she met the approaching weapons with her fragmented legendary sword. When the weapons collided, something astonishing occurred. The impact threw the several charging melee players, and despite all of them being Tier 2 experts, they felt their arms numb from the force, their weapons trembling violently. How can an assassin have so much strength? The several Death God Workshop members that had attacked stared at Fire Dance as she charged towards them in horror. Their movements were still stiff, so their mobility was limited. They couldn't even defend themselves. Realizing that something was amiss, the workshop's ranged players hurriedly launched attacks at the darting assassin. Countless spells and arrows rained down on Fire Dance, covering enough area that she couldn't avoid all of the attacks in time. However, just before the attack struck Fire Dance, a giant of a figure appeared before her. It was none other than Kola, who was more than eager to join the fray. With his shield raised, a barrier of light formed before him, preventing any ranged attacks from reaching his comrade. Even after taking a beating from the ranged attacks, the light barrier remained intact. Meanwhile, Fire Dance arrived before the several stiffened melee players. Executing Absolute Strike and Shadow Turmoil, she killed 2 of them instantly. This turn of events made the Death God Workshop members frown deeply. When Fire Dance had ambushed and killed the Tier 2 metric tons, they hadn't gotten a clear view of the assassin's combat standards, but after this clash, they knew that both Fire Dance and Kola were extremely powerful experts. Their grasp on timing and their coordination were incredible. So strong. Troubled Madness, who watched the battle from a safe distance, gasped when Fire Dance had instantly eliminated 2 players. After fighting the Death God Workshop earlier, he had learned how powerful the workshop's Tier 2 experts were. Even in a one-on-one, he was not confident of defeating those experts decisively, let alone several of them at once. "It seems you're not all talk after all. I finally get to have some fun." Chopped Axe licked the corner of her lips before raising her gigantic battle axe and charging at the human assassin. Although Chopped Axe was a berserker, her movement speed was even higher than ordinary assassins. Fully displaying the benefit of being a tigerkin, she left afterimages wherever she passed. By the time Fire Dance had killed her 4th Death God Workshop member, Chopped Axe had appeared before the female assassin. Raising her battle axe with a single hand, she sent a powerful chop at Fire Dance. As the weapon descended, space around its blade showed faint signs of crumbling. Tier 2 skill, Spatial Quake. Not only did Spatial Quake temporarily increase her strength, but it also dealt damage in a 5 by 15 yard area before her. It was one of the few AoE skills the Berserker class possessed. Not one to fall behind, Fire Dance used the Tier 2 skill, Shadow Edge. Unlike the earlier clashes, neither player had been thrown when Fire Dance's short sword met Chopped Axe's colossal weapon. However, the resulting impact was so powerful that space around them cracked. The women looked at each other in astonishment. How is this possible? How can a human assassin have so much strength? I'm a tigerkin, for God's sake. This berserker's strength is actually a match for mine. The outcome even surprised the Death God Workshop's Frost Rain and Zero Wings members. Chopped Axe was a tigerkin. Her body's innate strength far surpassed that of a human. She had also learned super-rare passive skills and wielded a special legacy. Moreover, her weapon was an epic battle axe. Her strength was even unrivaled within the Death God Workshop. The unexpected outcome put Chopped Axe in a very bad mood. She, someone famed for her strength, had failed to defeat a human assassin in a duel of the attribute. This was unforgivable. As for Kola and the others, they were fully aware of just how powerful Fire Dance was. Not only did she wear multiple pieces of epic equipment, but she also wielded 1,000 transformations. Since Kola had his own fragmented legendary item, he could guess that her short sword was the same rank. If that were the case, only Sherfong and Gentle Snow could likely surpass Fire Dance's strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, Fire Dance's clash with the Tigerkin Berserker had ended in a tie. While everyone was still shocked by the collision, neither Fire Dance nor Chopped Axe gave their opponent an opportunity as they continued to launch frenzied attacks. For a time, after-images of Fire Dance's short sword and Chopped Axe's axe filled the battlefield. Chopped Axe had better techniques than Fire Dance, and it was evident that she had reached the flowing water realm. She could perceive Fire Dance's attacks as soon as the human assassin began to execute them. However, Fire Dance was an assassin. Strength wasn't her forte. Her true power lay in her speed, so even though the Berserker could read her movements, she still had an advantage with her movement speed, making up for her weaker combat standard. Despite such a thrilling battle, where her life would be forfeit if she made a single mistake, Fire Dance very much enjoyed this moment. Throughout this battle, she recognized many of her deficiencies and perfected her techniques. Fortunately, the same could not be said for Chopped Axe. She could only watch, displeased, as the human assassin continued to improve as they dueled. You dare use me as a grinding stone. Do you think I will give you enough time to grow stronger? Chopped Axe immediately activated her berserk skill, Savage God's Power, her muscles rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant. At the same time, an extra crimson battle axe had appeared in her hand, radiating waves of bone-chilling mana. You are the first person in the fairy country to force me to use this move. Now go to hell. Chopped Axe then swung her blades in a powerful downward slash towards Fire Dance. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Meteoric Annihilation. Suddenly, over a dozen crimson axes descended from the sky, each carrying the weight of a mountain. In response, Fire Dance activated Power of Darkness before brandishing 1,000 transformations, sending countless water whips at the falling axe blades. Domain Skill, Water Binding. Chapter 1922, Painful Lesson. When the two powerful skills clashed, an intense shockwave shook the ground and the surrounding players. At the same time, the ground at the epicenter of the collision shattered and crumbled, a huge crater forming around the two women. Shockingly huge cracks spread out from the crater. There simply was no comparison between this clash and the numerous exchanges the two had before. As the attacks of Meteoric Annihilation and Water Binding disappeared, Fire Dance's and Chopped Axe's figures emerged, standing quietly inside the crater. Although both sides remained completely unscathed, the expressions both women wore were completely different, one of them incomparably excited and the other astonished. This assassin actually stopped my strongest skill? At this moment, Chopped Axe's complexion turned ashen as she looked at Fire Dance, her earlier sense of ease gone. Meteoric Annihilation was a Tier 2 Taboo skill. Combined with her Berserk skill, she could send even a Grand Lord of the same level stumbling back. She was extremely confident in this move of hers and believed that no player could receive it head-on. Yet, despite Fire Dance being only an assassin, not only did the female assassin manage to stop her attack without receiving any damage, but she had even done so without using Vanish, a well-known life-saving skill of the assassin class. This was definitely an outcome that Chopped Axe could neither accept nor tolerate. However, After Chopped Axe's skill came to an end, Fire Dance's water binding was still in effect. The assassin immediately sent water whips at Chopped Axe, one after another, each whip containing strength surpassing Fire Dance's own. In the blink of an eye, 6 whips lashed at Chopped Axe from multiple directions, attacking so fast that the Tigerkin Berserker was forced to use her battle axe to defend herself. For a time, Chopped Axe actually fell into a disadvantage and could only focus on defending herself. Amazing! She is actually suppressing Chopped Axe all by herself? Melody was filled with an indescribable sense of surprise as she watched the battle between Fire Dance and Chopped Axe. She never thought that Fire Dance was this strong. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who was spectating the battle from afar, was goggling in shock. He simply could not bring himself to believe that Chopped Axe, the person who had freely slaughtered East Crow's members before, could only focus on defense now. Moreover, at this moment, Chopped Axe wasn't the only person at a disadvantage. The other Death God Workshop members were also engaged in a bitter battle with the other Zero Wing members. Despite the Death God Workshop members' numerical advantage, they were no match for their opponents at all, dying one after another. Shortly after Fire Dance started suppressing Chopped Axe, the half-elf Frost Rain finally made his move. After activating his Berserk skill, he began chanting an incantation and drawing line after line of divine runes. A moment later, ice swords appeared in the sky one after another, easily numbering more than 20. These ice swords then descended on Fire Dance. At the same time, a thick wall of dirt formed around the female assassin, preventing her from escaping the ice sword's AoE. Due to the ice swords, Fire Dance gave up on attacking Chopped Axe. Instead, she had her water whips circulate around herself, forming a defensive barrier that kept the ice swords away from herself. However, Chopped Axe did not idle around during this time, either, continuously swinging her 2 battle axes against Fire Dance's water barrier, the might of her axes tearing a gap through it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Frost Rain redirected some of his ice swords towards this gap. Despite seeing the approaching attacks, Fire Dance showed no intention of dodging whatsoever. Instead, she brandished 1,000 transformations and struck down the ice swords one after another. Due to Frost Rain's participation in the battle, Fire Dance became busy. "Aren't you all going to help her?" Melody asked anxiously as she turned to look at Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had not moved at all thus far. It might have been fine for these 2 women not to take action before, since Zero Wing's dozen or so players were more than enough to suppress the 40-plus members of the Death God Workshop. However, now that Chopped Axe and Frost Rain had teamed up to deal with Fire Dance, if Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud still insisted on standing aside, then Fire Dance really would be in trouble. After all, both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were commanders in the Death God Workshop. Frost Rain's combat power was not the least bit inferior to Chopped Axe's. With the 2 of them working together, their combat power increased exponentially. The slightest gap in Fire Dance's defense would get her killed instantly. However, all Melody's question did was earn her confused looks from Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud. Why should we ruin such a rare opportunity for Fire? Fire is perfecting her techniques right now. Can't you see how happy she is? But those 2 are commanders of the Death God Workshop, the strongest experts in the workshop. Either of them can go up against a legion of 1,000 experts on their own. Even if Fire Dance is stronger than either one, dealing with both at the same time is. Melody fell speechless at the serious expressions Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud had. Fire Dance was obviously at a disadvantage right now, forced into constant defense. She would be killed if she made even the smallest mistake. While the loss of EXP might not be a big problem, it would be a huge loss if Chopped Axe or Frost Rain managed to loot the weapon or equipment Fire Dance dropped. After all, the fact that Fire Dance boasted such frightening strength and speed proved that her weapons and equipment were extraordinary. 2 commanders from the Death God Workshop? Violet Cloud giggled involuntarily at Melody's words. If 4 or 5 commanders went at Big Sis Fire together, this battle might be a little more interesting. 4 or 5 commanders? This comment stunned Melody. She felt that Violet Cloud was a little too overconfident in Fire Dance's abilities. After all, the Death God Workshop was an adventure team that even super guilds chose to ignore. Melody had long heard that every one of the workshop's commanders could rival the peak experts of super guilds in terms of combat power. Despite that, Violet Cloud was actually saying that Fire Dance could handle 4 or 5 of such commanders. While Melody was conversing with alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, Chopped Axes and Frost Rain's attacks grew even fiercer. Frost Rain ceaselessly bombarded Fire Dance with spells, giving her no chance to catch a breath. Once he noticed a gap in the assassin's defense, he would immediately strike at it. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe kept creating gaps in Fire Dance's defense. Occasionally, she even moved into melee range and trade blow for blow with Fire Dance. After the trio continued this struggle for a short while, Fire Dance's HP finally started decreasing. Although the assassin had the protection of her armor, just a graze from Chopped Axe's battle axes inflicted a heavy impact. Blood was even leaking from her mouth now. Fortunately, the physical injuries she sustained thus far were still not at a point where they would affect her combat power. Of course, Chopped Axe wasn't having a good time either. Trading blows with Fire Dance had opened cuts and cracks on the Berserker's armor. The impacts so heavy that the Tigerkin would spit out mouthfuls of blood, her HP decreasing by chunks. That weapon really is amazing. It even cuts through my dark gold armor. Chopped Axe was shocked as she took in her damaged armor. She then turned to look at the distant Frost Rain and said, "We can't continue like this. Let's use the combination attack." Nodding in response, Frost Rain promptly changed his attack method and started double speed casting. Meanwhile, Chopped Axe stored her epic battle axe and gripped the crimson battle axe with both hands. Her dark gray irises then turned silvery white as 6 small magic arrays appeared around her. She then charged straight at Fire Dance. When Chopped Axe got within 15 yards of Fire Dance, she suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, 6 doppelgangers of the female berserker appeared around Fire Dance, all 6 leaping into the air and chopping down at the female assassin. At this time, Frost Rain finished casting his spells. Immediately, frost barriers appeared around Fire Dance one after another. The ground she stood on also giving off a crimson glow, as if something was about to spew out from the ground. Combination skill, Frostfire Annihilation. It's over. When Melody saw this scene, she deeply felt death looming over her. Now, she was certain that alluring Summer and Violet Cloud were overconfident about Fire Dance's abilities. As expected of the famous Death God workshop, this trip really isn't a waste. A touch of joy appeared on Fire Dance's face when she looked at the combination skill her 2 opponents were executing. She promptly cancelled Water Binding and activated the Petrified Thorns Petrification Domain. Die! The 6 chopped axes yelled simultaneously just as they were about to hit Fire Dance. The 6 doppelgangers possessed 100% of the main body's strength. Meanwhile, the axes of all 6 covered the entire area Fire Dance stood in. When all 6 axes landed, the power they carried was so great that even space itself showed signs of shattering. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time as the axes landed, the ground beneath Fire Dance burst apart. A towering pillar of fire emerged from the ground, enveloping Fire Dance completely. As the fire pillar dissipated, a lava field could be seen replacing the ground Fire Dance originally stood on. Meanwhile, surrounding the lava was an ice field. Seen from afar, this scene was spectacular. She's finally dead? Chopped Axe heaved a deep sigh of relief when she saw Fire Dance's corpse starting to disintegrate in the lava field. The petrification domain Fire Dance activated had struck both Frost Rain and Chopped Axe. Although their combination skill had mitigated a portion of the damage, they still had very little HP remaining after receiving that attack. Just as Chopped Axe was about to turn around and leave, a yell suddenly entered her ears. "Careful!" This voice originated from the distant Frost Rain. However, before Chopped Axe could figure out what was going on, a stinging sensation came from her chest when she looked down. She noticed the tip of a short sword emerging from her chest. Meanwhile, this short sword was none other than Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations. "How? Weren't you?" Chopped Axe turned around, her eyes filled with confusion. After all, Fire Dance, who should have been dead, was currently standing right behind her. Moreover, the female assassin's HP bar was actually full. Instead of replying immediately, Fire Dance pulled out 1,000 transformations from Chopped Axe, leaving a fountain of blood to pour out of the female berserker's chest. As she watched Chopped Axe's HP plummet, she said in a quiet tone, "Your combination attack really is impressive. You 2 actually forced me to waste 1 life." When Fire Dance was done speaking, Chopped Axe's HP zeroed out. The berserker's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing beside her corpse. Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Frost Rain hurriedly took out an ancient magic scroll from his bag and activated it, destroying the seal on the battlefield and disappearing before everyone's eyes. As for the other Death God Workshop members, they all fell into a panic at Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's defeat. As a result, Zero Wing's members took only a short while to finish them off. At this moment, the Death God Workshop, which had been giving the various large guilds of the fairy country a headache all this time, finally sustained a severe loss for the first time in God's domain. Of the two commanders that fought against Zero Wing, one died while the other fled. As for the other 50-plus experts, they suffered annihilation. Chapter 1923. Fame spreading across the fairy country. After the Death God Workshop members' annihilation, varying expressions appeared on the faces of Ninth Heaven's and East Crow's members. Big Sis Melody, that fire dance is amazing. She actually defeated 2 of the Death God Workshop's commanders, all by herself. If the rest of the Death God Workshop find out about this, they'll definitely start keeping a low profile when taking action. Scarlet Heart exclaimed excitedly as she watched fire dance going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members. The large guilds operating in the fairy country were all powerless to do anything against the Death God Workshop, largely because the Death God Workshop had too many experts. If the guilds dispatched too small of a team to deal with the workshop, their teams would simply end up getting the tables turned on them. But if they sent too large of one, their movements would get noticed very easily, making a successful ambush on the workshop impossible. Take East Crow, for example. Had East Crow dispatched an army of several thousand players instead of just a 500-man team this time, Chopped Axe and Frost Rain's team would have most likely received news about the guild's movements and had long since fled to another map. They wouldn't have given East Crow any opportunity to meet them at all. At this stage of the game, only a superpower, which possessed plenty of experts and resources, would be capable of putting the Death God Workshop in its place. However, the various superpowers had plenty of territories that they needed capable people to manage. They simply couldn't afford a protracted battle with the Death God Workshop without hampering their own development as a result. The superpowers had no choice but to ignore the antics of the Death God Workshop, so long as the workshop did not cross their bottom lines. However, Zero Wing was different from the various superpowers. The guild possessed experts that were capable of defeating the Death God Workshop's commanders, and also had amazing tracking abilities. Even without expending a large amount of manpower and resources, Zero Wing could deal with the Death God Workshop. That's right. After this battle, the Death God Workshop will most likely keep its head down for some time. Melody nodded in agreement. She had never imagined that Zero Wing actually had such frightening strength. The strength the guild had displayed thus far greatly exceeded her expectations. Quickly spread the news that Zero Wing has already agreed to help Ninth Heaven in combating the Death God Workshop. Originally, she had expected Zero Wing to give the Death God Workshop pause, at most, and force the workshop into a stalemate. If that happened, Ninth Heaven would have room to develop. Everything would be fine so long as the guild was not pushed to the brink of collapse. However, the situation was different now. Not only did Zero Wing possess the strength to suppress the Death God Workshop, but Zero Wing also had the ability to ambush the workshop's teams. This outcome was far better than what she initially expected. Once the Death God Workshop learned that Ninth Heaven had partnered with Zero Wing, the workshop would naturally stop seeking trouble with Ninth Heaven out of fear of Zero Wing. I'll spread the message right away. Upon hearing Melody's words, Scarlet Heart immediately understood Melody's intentions. She also could not help but anticipate the impact the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat would have on the fairy country. The Death God Workshop was akin to a plague to the fairy country. Just the mention of its name would give the various major powers of the country a headache. Following which, Scarlet Heart compiled the information of the battle and published it on the fairy country's official forums. She also had some of her subordinates talk it up in the country's various cities. Meanwhile, Troubled Madness, who stood some distance away from Zero Wing and Ninth Heaven's group, wore an incredulous expression on his face as he looked at Fire Dance and the others. Who are those people? Why haven't I heard of a guild named Zero Wing before? At this moment, an indescribable sense of shock filled Troubled Madness's heart. Both Chopped Axe and Frost Rain were monster-like existences. Yet, despite working together, they were still no match for Fire Dance. Had Troubled Madness heard about this situation from someone else, he would have most likely dismissed their words as a joke. However, having personally witnessed this battle, he had no choice but to believe it. The final exchange was especially astonishing. He had clearly seen Fire Dance getting killed, yet the female assassin had still managed to mysteriously appear behind Chopped Axe. This was definitely his first time coming across such a strange situation. However, unlike Ninth Heaven's and East Crow's members, Zero Wing's members did not feel particularly surprised by the outcome of Fire Dance's battle with Chopped Axe and Frost Rain. Although Fire Dance did not reveal the details of Thousand Transformations to anyone else, they still knew that Fire Dance possessed the true illusion skill, as they had seen it at work while they were out grinding monsters and bosses. True illusion granted Fire Dance one additional life, though the skill could be used only once every 48 hours. Due to this skill, with the exception of dungeons, Fire Dance had never truly died even once until now. Among Zero Wing's core members, Fire Dance held the nickname of Phoenix due to this skill, as well as the envy of many players. Vice Guild Leader, we just found out some information about Zero Wing. It is an up-and-coming guild that was established at the start of God's domain. Although it doesn't have any background, its strength is not the slightest bit weaker than a first-rate guild's, one of East Crow's members reported hurriedly. The guild's strength rivals a first-rate guild's? Troubled Madness rolled his eyes at his subordinate, feeling that this information was greatly mistaken. After all, the first-rate guilds of the fairy country were utterly helpless against the Death God Workshop, yet Zero Wing, a guild capable of dealing with said workshop, was labeled as a guild that only rivaled first-rate guilds. What did that make the fairy country's 5 first-rate guilds, then? Second-rate guilds. Of course, there was also a huge difference between first-rate guilds. For example, with the combat power Zero Wing had displayed thus far, it should at least be able to rival the best among first-rate guilds. It definitely wasn't in existence that ordinary first-rate guilds like East Crow could compare to. Notify your subordinates to look into the relationship between Ninth Heaven and Zero Wing immediately. Also, before we get a clear picture of their relationship, notify everyone in the guild not to come into conflict with Ninth Heaven's members. Troubled Madness instructed. Although he did not know the full extent of Zero Wing's strength, based on the experts the guild had revealed today, Zero Wing definitely wasn't a guild to be underestimated. It would not be a laughing matter if these experts of Zero Wing made trouble for East Crow out in the fields. Meanwhile, on Fire Dance's side, after they finished going through the loot dropped by the Death God Workshop members, they immediately returned to Forest City to rest. While waiting for the Death God Workshop to make another move, they surveyed the area around the 2 shops Melody promised, as well as gained a deeper understanding of Forest City's situation. This was also one of the tasks Sherfong had assigned them. After all, as the capital city of a neutral country, its growth potential was limitless. There were also plenty of resources unique to the fairy country. By the time Fire Dance and the others returned to Forest City, Scarlet Heart had long since spread the news of the Death God Workshop's defeat throughout the fairy country. For a time, the entire country was in an uproar. This is a lie, right? That's the Death God Workshop we're talking about. How can anyone possibly ambush the workshop successfully? It's no lie. There is even a video recording uploaded with the forum post, although the video only shows snippets of the battle. The ones that got defeated are indeed the commanders and members of the Death God Workshop. Moreover, the Death God Workshop hasn't issued any denials up to now, so it must be true. Zero Wing is amazing. It is actually able to ambush and defeat the Death God Workshop's members. I wonder what kind of guild Zero Wing is? Why haven't I heard about it before this incident? It should be a new guild created by some major corporation. Otherwise, how could it possibly be so strong? I wonder if Zero Wing is recruiting neutral players like us. At this point, everyone in the fairy country was talking about the Death God Workshop's defeat and growing curious about Zero Wing's identity. After all, the Death God Workshop was one of the fairy country's overlords. A guild capable of suppressing the workshop definitely wasn't ordinary. Zero Wing's fame quickly spread throughout the fairy country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, when Frost Rain entered the reception room of this mansion and saw the gentle, old man sitting on one of the sofas there, His expression immediately tensed up in anxiety. Meanwhile, standing beside this old man were 6 people, all of them radiating a frightening aura. Similar to Frost Rain, these 6 people were commanders of the Death God Workshop. Only, their internal ranks were much higher than Frost Rain's. "You've returned?" Sending a glance at Frost Rain, the old man asked calmly, "Well? Out with it. What happened over there?" Chapter 1924, Foundation Investigation. Frost Rain suddenly felt a chill enveloping his entire body at the old man's words. He immediately retold the battle, careful not to miss out on even the slightest detail. "I see." The old man narrowed his eyes as he caressed his white beard. "A guild from Starmoon Kingdom, is it? An outside guild dares meddle in the matters of our Death God Workshop. Chief, why don't I bring a team to take care of them?" A 2.5-meter-tall Berkin berserker said suddenly. The Berkin's suggestion stunned the other commanders present. Among the 8 commanders of the Death God Workshop, the Berkin berserker ranked number 1. Titled the Heavenly Spear by the Secret Pavilion, he was one of the 2 true pillars of the Death God Workshop. While others might not know, it was entirely due to the first commander and chief commander's existence that the various superpowers chose to ignore the Death God Workshop's antics. Otherwise, with the strength the various superpowers possessed, they would have long since taken care of the Death God Workshop. Yet now one of the Death God Workshop's pillars was proposing to take action himself. The other commanders present were naturally surprised by this situation. "Forget it. We'll stop harassing Ninth Heaven temporarily. We'll decide how we should proceed after we have conducted a thorough investigation of Zero Wing," the old man said, shaking his head. "Moreover, even if we don't take action, Zero Wing will still encounter a lot of trouble from this point onward. The waters of the fairy country are much deeper than they think." Meanwhile, the Death God Workshop's lack of response to its crushing defeat fueled Zero Wing's fame to greater heights in Forest City. In just one day, a large number of players already wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, as Zero Wing had no intention to establish a branch guild in Forest City at the moment, these interested players could not help but sigh in disappointment. However, the businesses Zero Wing had set up in the 2 shops Melody had traded were booming with popularity. Many of the potions and engineering tools sold by the Candlelight trading firm were very much welcomed by Forest City's players. For example, the exotic stamina potion. As there weren't many towns and cities in the fairy country, there were very few teleportation points. Meanwhile, with the guilds occupying most of the nearby resource areas, independent players had no choice but to grind in distant maps. Due to these factors, independent players had to expend a lot of stamina just on travel, a situation that further increased the demand for the exotic stamina potion. In addition, as Zero Wing held exclusive rights to the exotic stamina potion, Candlelight's shops were the only source of the potion, which the independent players and guild players of Forest City were frantically purchasing. As for the selling price, it was much higher than that of the potions sold in Starmoon Kingdom. In just one day, after deducting material costs and labor costs, the 2 shops set up in Forest City earned Zero Wing over 5,000 gold. Candlelight's shops here were much more profitable than those in White River City. Melody also found the exotic stamina potion very tempting. Hence, she asked to purchase the potion in bulk from Zero Wing. However, as the Candlelight trading firm could produce only a limited number of exotic stamina potions each day, even if Zero Wing wished to sell the potions in bulk, it couldn't. In the end, after Ninth Heaven negotiated with Melancholic Smile, it was decided that the Candlelight trading firm would supply the guild with a fixed number of exotic stamina potions each day. In exchange, Ninth Heaven would supply Zero Wing with materials unique to the fairy country. A few examples of materials unique to the fairy country were fairy fruit and fairy wood. Both were extremely rare materials. Fairy fruit could be used to make all kinds of beverages. Not only could fairy fruits enhance the taste of a beverage, but they also provided a sobering effect, which allowed players to focus better when working. To lifestyle players, beverages made using fairy fruit were akin to wonder drugs. Fairy wood was even more special. It could be used to make furniture and ships. Furniture made using fairy wood carried mana, which, in turn, increased the mana density of the furniture's surroundings. Meanwhile, when used to produce ships, fairy wood would increase the ship's durability. These two materials might not be particularly useful to current players and guilds, but as players reached higher levels, these two materials would likewise appreciate in value. This was especially true for furniture made using fairy wood, which was something all lifestyle players sought. Although such furniture would not improve the production success rate, the increased mana density would help lifestyle players concentrate better. This was also the main reason why Sherfong had tasked Fire Dance and the others with setting up shops in Forest City, to purchase a large amount of fairy fruits and fairy wood. Now that Zero Wing had Ninth Heaven's help as well, the collection of these materials would proceed even faster. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players suddenly arrived in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. These cloaked players had thoroughly hidden their appearances. However, the fierce aura they radiated still made other players avoid them like the plague. If a player with a high-ranking identification skill were to inspect these players, they would definitely be very surprised because these cloaked players were not part of the human race but of neutral races. In total, there were 50 players in this group, every one of them a Tier 2 player. This was almost as many Tier 2 players as a first-rate guild possessed at this stage of the game. The one leading this group of neutral players was a level 58, Tier 2 Tigerkin Ranger. Meanwhile, moving alongside him were a male half-elf and a female Tigerkin. The latter two were none other than Frost Rain and Chopped Axe, commanders of the Death God Workshop. So, this place is Zero Wing City. The mana density here is so high. Why are there so many players here? The Death God Workshop's members were filled with surprise as they observed the crowded streets of the city. Although they had seen NPC cities with much higher player populations, this was their first time seeing a guild town or city with so many players. Moreover, a considerable portion of these players were experts. There were also plenty of Tier 2 players roaming about the city. The situation here was completely different from any guild town they had visited before. However, the most surprising aspect of Zero Wing City was still its mana density, which greatly surpassed even the fairy country's most mana-dense area. Alright, enough sightseeing. Our goal here isn't to tour Zero Wing City, the Tigerkin Ranger said in a cold voice. We only have one goal this time, and that is to get a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength. The Chief Commander has also stated that, if need be, we should exhibit a portion of our strength to let Zero Wing know that the Death God Workshop's reputation is not for show. Frost and Axe, that goes double for you too. If you don't perform well, you should know what kind of person the Chief Commander is. When Frost Rain and Chopped Axe heard the Ranger's words and thought about the Chief Commander's means of doing things, their bodies shuddered involuntarily. They couldn't offer any rebuttals to Light Cloud, the Tigerkin Ranger. While part of the reason for this was the intense aura he gave off, another part was him being the second-ranked commander in the Death God Workshop. In terms of combat standards, Light Cloud far surpassed the two of them. The other Death God Workshop members also nodded silently and sorted out their emotions. They immediately followed Light Cloud to investigate Zero Wing's residence. When the group arrived on the top floor of a high-class restaurant adjacent to Zero Wing's residence, Light Cloud used a high-ranking identification skill to observe the situation inside the residence. However, the moment Light Cloud did so, he fell into a daze. This was because 500 Tier 2 players stood in the residence's front courtyard at this moment. Meanwhile, even the weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 50 fine gold rank, while the majority of these players sported level 50 dark gold equipment. Currently, these 500 Tier 2 players were standing at attention before a man. When Light Cloud tried identifying this man, he could not see any information about him aside from his name, Black Flame. Even so, he could distinctly feel an indescribable sense of danger from the man, even from several hundred yards away. Cloud, what's the situation inside Zero Wing's residence? Frost Rain and Chopped Axe could not help but ask curiously after Light Cloud remained silent for a long time. Chapter 1925, Frightening Numbers. Despite hearing Frost Rain and Chopped Axe's question, Light Cloud remained completely silent as he stared at the rows of Tier 2 players inside Zero Wing's residence. How is this possible? Is Zero Wing really just equal to a first-rate guild? This thought echoed continuously in Light Cloud's mind. 500 Tier 2 players. To the current first-rate guilds, this number was beyond impossible to achieve. Even the Death God Workshop had only a little over 60 Tier 2 players right now. If the workshop started a fight against Zero Wing, just the numerical advantage alone would let the guild run roughshod over the Death God Workshop. In the Fairy Country, although the various first-rate guilds each had more Tier 2 players than the Death God Workshop, the difference wasn't much. Hence, the Death God Workshop was not afraid of conducting guerrilla warfare against them. Including experts like the 8 commanders, the workshop held a considerable advantage when fighting out in the fields. However, the methods the Death God Workshop employed against these first-rate guilds would be absolutely useless against Zero Wing. After all, the disparity in the number of Tier 2 players each organization possessed was nearly tenfold. Even if Zero Wing divided its Tier 2 experts, the guild could still form sizable groups that would pose a formidable fighting force. Not to mention, unlike the various first-rate guilds, Zero Wing had experts that could rival the commanders of the Death God Workshop. If the Death God Workshop really started fighting against Zero Wing in the Fairy Country, even with the home ground advantage, the workshop wouldn't have it easy. Frost, Axe, you two stay here with me. Everyone else, return to base, Light Cloud commanded after giving the matter some more thought. Only the 3 of us are staying behind. Frost Rain was confused as he looked at Light Cloud. The chief commander specifically sent these people to help us. If all of them return, what can the 3 of us possibly achieve here? Aside from scouting out Zero Wing's strength, the chief commander had also implicitly suggested they make trouble for Zero Wing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched so many Tier 2 experts for a simple reconnaissance operation. The other Death God Workshop members agreed with Frost Rain's words. They all expressed their confusion over Light Cloud's decision, unable to understand why they had to return to base shortly after arriving in Zero Wing City. With their group of Tier 2 experts, they could cause even more destruction than a large guild's 1,000-man expert legion. Do you know how many Tier 2 experts are currently in Zero Wing's residence? Light Cloud asked as he shifted his gaze to Frost Rain. Tier 2 experts? Seeing as this is Zero Wing's main headquarters, there should be a couple of dozen, I guess? Frost Rain replied after giving the matter some thought. Currently, even first-rate guilds had only a little over 100 Tier 2 experts. Meanwhile, having half of this number stationed in the guild's main headquarters could already be considered excessive. A couple of dozen? Light Cloud stared at Frost Rain in disdain upon hearing this answer. If there were only a couple of dozen, do you think I'd order a retreat? Could there be over 100? Chopdax asked, somewhat surprised. Wrong. It's 500. Light Cloud replied as he spread his right hand wide. 500? How can that be possible? Isn't Zero Wing just an equal of first-rate guilds? Did you see wrong? Frost Rain instinctively rejected Light Cloud's statement. This number was no laughing matter. If Zero Wing really had 500 Tier 2 experts, it could already rival some of the weaker superpowers. I wish I had seen wrong, Light Cloud said, a bitter smile appearing on his face. However, I have already used my identification skill to double-check several times. All 500 of them are indeed Tier 2. Didn't they say that Zero Wing doesn't have any backers? Chopdak said, horrified. If Zero Wing had 500 Tier 2 experts, then taking care of their team of 50 Tier 2 players would be child's play. Most likely, aside from the 3 commanders present, everyone else would die if they tried fighting against 500 Tier 2 experts. She found it truly hard to believe that Ninth Heaven, a second-rate guild that had no backers whatsoever, had managed to partner up with a titan like Zero Wing. With this, the Death God Workshop really had to consider carefully whether to continue targeting Ninth Heaven or not. We're changing plans. From now on, the 3 of us will continue scouting out Zero Wing. Try to avoid butting heads with Zero Wing as much as possible, Light Cloud said. I'll also personally report this matter to the Chief Commander, so everyone else should return to base now. Obedient to Light Cloud's instructions, the other Death God Workshop members scattered and returned to the Fairy Country. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Forest City, Silent Autumn, the Death God Workshop's chief commander, who was currently holding a meeting with the workshop's various commanders, received a report from Light Cloud. 500 Tier 2 players? Silent Autumn, who was caressing his beard, froze when he read the contents of the report. Although he had long since expected Zero Wing to be extraordinary since the guild dared to intervene in the Death God Workshop's affairs, He had never thought that the guild would be extraordinary to such an extent. It seems we'll have to shelve our plans for the moment. Chief Commander, what about our partnership with those people? The several commanders seated before Silent Autumn asked worriedly. Those people won't stop their plans just because of us. If we miss out on this opportunity, there is always money to be made. However, oftentimes, one wrong move could potentially end our lives. Silent Autumn replied, waving his hand. He still decided to play the spectator in this matter for the moment. Notify the ones below to maintain a low profile for now. We can also use this opportunity to determine whether Zero Wing has the ability to set foot into our territory. I believe it won't be long before we find out one way or another. There's no need for us to grow anxious. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Shifeng remained ignorant of the fact that his gathering 500 Tier 2 members to raid Kama Island had prompted the Death God Workshop to abandon the thought of taking revenge on Zero Wing and even some of its development plans. Guild leader, all manpower and resources are gathered. On Thunder Island's side, the Phoenix Pavilion has already made all the necessary arrangements. We can set off at any time, Aqua Rose reported as she approached Shifeng. Nodding, Shifeng said, all right. Have everyone teleport to Thunder Island now. Traveling to Kama Island was not an easy task. The island's location in the Sea of Death's inner area meant players would come across many dangers on the way there. Even a small mistake could be fatal. Moreover, although Shifeng knew that Kama Island housed a manatite vein, he had very little understanding in regard to everything else. Hence, he needed Phoenix Rain's forces to guide him there. After all, Phoenix Rain had been operating in the Sea of Death all this time. Her familiarity with the Sea of Death was definitely superior to his. She would help him avoid many unnecessary dangers. Following which, Zero Wing's members started teleporting to Thunder Island using a guild transfer scroll. Upon arriving in the city on Thunder Island, Zero Wing's members could not help but gasp in shock. Their reaction was because the city on Thunder Island was like heaven on earth. Not only was the scenery here mesmerizing, but there was also a frightening number of players in the streets of the city. Even imperial capitals could not compete with this city in prosperity. Level 56 players and above could be seen roaming all around. Many players here had even reached level 58 already. Even Shifeng was somewhat surprised by this situation. He had never thought that Thunder Island had already developed to such an extent. Meanwhile, under Blue Phoenix's guidance, Zero Wing's members soon arrived at Thunder Island's harbor. Currently, thousands of speedboats and warships could be seen docked there, the scene simply jaw-dropping. Just as Blue Phoenix was about to bring Zero Wing's members to the speedboats, she had prepared for the trip to the Sea of Death's inner area. A Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member suddenly ran over. Big Sis Blue, bad news. The Pavilion Master found the legacy left behind on Savage God Island, but information about it got out somehow, and her team ended up surrounded by Miracle's forces. Currently, Miracle has already blocked off the entire island. Although we immediately tried to deploy reinforcements, 9 Dragons Emperor's people are deliberately making trouble for us, preventing us from using the guild's warship to save the Pavilion Master. Damn it! 9 Dragons Emperor must have leaked the information to Miracle to spoil our plans. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, Blue Phoenix could not help but frown in anxiety. The terrain on Savage God Island was slightly unusual. Players could use neither return scrolls nor instantaneous movement scrolls on the island. Meanwhile, entry to the island was possible only by ship. If the entire island was blocked off, the only way out was by carving a path of blood. Meanwhile, the members Phoenix Rain had brought to Savage God Island this time were all experts of the Phoenix Pavilion. Their annihilation would deal a severe blow to the Phoenix Pavilion. Guild Leader Black Flame, due to this emergency, I'll have to postpone our trip for now. I need to quickly organize a fleet and head over to Savage God Island. I hope that you can understand, Blue Phoenix said anxiously as she looked at Shifeng. Something happened on Savage God Island? Shifeng was startled by Blue Phoenix's words. As far as he remembered, Savage God Island was not something that should appear at this stage of the game. He nodded and said, since the Phoenix Pavilion Master is in trouble, it is only natural to postpone this matter. As allies, is there anything we can do to help? Chapter 1926, Hell Has No Doors. Guild leader Black Flame is willing to help us? Wonderful. Blue Phoenix rejoiced when she heard Shifeng's offer. Although Zero Wing had not focused on its development on Thunder Island and had only conducted some business there, the naval forces the guild possessed still should not be underestimated. The One-Horned sailboat, in particular, a bronze small sailboat that Zero Wing revealed during the struggle for Thunder Island, was something that the various superpowers still sought to obtain even now. After all, although the superpowers' naval forces had improved a lot since the struggle of Thunder Island, the One-Horned sailboat remained a force to be reckoned with. Following which, while organizing a fleet to head towards Savage God Island, Blue Phoenix filled Shifeng in on their rescue operation this time. In order to monopolize the legacy ruin on Savage God Island, Miracle had dispatched 3 of its fleets, each of which had over 100 ships. With the 3 fleets, Miracle was able to surround Savage God Island and seal off all possible exit points. Originally, with the naval forces the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had developed during this period, it would have been very easy to break through a blockade like this. However, due to 9 Dragons Emperor's interference, Phoenix Rain couldn't mobilize the common warship the pavilion had recently acquired after much difficulty. Although warships were no match for speedboats and sailboats in terms of speed, they were specialized for combat, their combat power far superior to even that of sailboats out at sea. This warship was the reason why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion succeeded in stabilizing its position on Thunder Island. With the current predicament happening so suddenly, most of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's fleets were out of position, off doing their own quests very far away from Savage God Island. Even if these fleets were to head over to Savage God Island now, by the time they arrived, Phoenix Rain's group would have long since been killed by Miracle. The only fleet they could mobilize was the one the pavilion had stationed to garrison Thunder Island. Guild leader Black Flame, I hope that you can help us distract a part of Miracle's forces. You don't have to fight them head-on. It is fine so long as you can distract 1 fleet's worth of ships. With that, my side will be able to break through the encirclement and rescue the Pavilion Master's group. Blue Phoenix briefed Shifeng on the plan as she took out a sea map. As long as they could group up with Phoenix Rain's forces, Miracle would have a hard time doing anything against them. Then, all they would have to do was buy time until the pavilion's other fleets arrived. At which point, Miracle would naturally give up on targeting Phoenix Rain. After all, if the fleets of their 2 superpowers truly started a fight with each other, all they would achieve was harm to themselves, benefiting the other superpowers occupying Thunder Island. My side only needs to split one of their fleets away? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng nodded and said, "That won't be a problem. We'll do our best to keep them busy for as long as possible." The appearance of Savage God Island was a huge event. He naturally had to go and take a look. During his previous life, he had only heard about Savage God Island. Savage God Island was both a secret land and a drifting island. Rumor had it that there were legacies and treasures left behind on the island. Reality had indeed proven these claims true. Regardless if it were legacies or treasures, both could allow a guild's strength to skyrocket. However, Savage God Island had only appeared for a short period in the past. By the time the various large guilds had shifted their focus to the sea, Savage God Island had long since become a legend. In the end, only the superpowers back then had managed to gain some harvest from it. "I'll have to trouble guild leader Black Flame then," Blue Phoenix said sincerely. By the time Blue Phoenix was done hashing out a rescue plan, her fleet was also ready to set off. She immediately commanded her fleet to depart for Savage God Island. The appearance of Blue Phoenix's fleet stunned many of the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island. Her fleet had 100 ships in total. Among them, more than 50 were advanced speedboats, 8 were bronze speedboats, 2 were mysterious iron speedboats, and 2 were common small sailboats, a very powerful fleet even in the Sea of Death. Compared to the fleets the adventurer teams normally came across, the difference was like heaven and earth. The usual fleets only had 5 or 6 bronze speedboats and 30 or so advanced speedboats, with the rest being ordinary speedboats. In reality, the adventurer teams that had recently arrived on Thunder Island weren't the only ones surprised by the fleet Blue Phoenix prepared. Even Shifeng was surprised at this sight. He had never thought that Phoenix Rain had already expanded her naval forces to such a level. Moreover, this was only one of several fleets under Phoenix Rain's command. Of course, a fleet used to garrison Thunder Island naturally needed to be excellent, as this was a show of the guild's strength. At the same time, this garrison fleet could be used during emergencies. Even so, from looking at Blue Phoenix's fleet, Sherfong could already tell just how frightening the naval forces Phoenix Reign currently possessed. Upon seeing Blue Phoenix's fleet leave the harbor, Sherfong took out the Swift Dragon speedboat, 2 bronze speedboats, over a dozen advanced speedboats, 1 common sailboat, and the one-horn sailboat to ferry the 500 Zero-Wing members he brought with him. Although the number of ships in his fleet was far from a match for Blue Phoenix's fleet, his fleet's overall combat power was still enough to make the various adventurer teams wandering around the harbor gawk at his fleet enviously. Zero-Wing's fleet is amazing. Big Sis Blue, this is wonderful. With our strength and 0 wings, we'll have no problem breaking through Miracle's encirclement. A level 57, Tier 2 female cleric on one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's common sailboats exclaimed in surprise and joy when she saw 0 Wing's fleet. This is only natural. Back during the struggle for Thunder Island, 0 Wing's fleet was already something that the various superpowers envied. Although 0 Wing is currently unable to focus on its naval development due to a bunch of matters, its naval strength is still not to be underestimated. Blue Phoenix nodded. This was also the reason why she was so happy that Sherfong was willing to help them out. After traveling for a little over 3 hours, Blue Phoenix and Sherfang's group finally saw an island enveloped by dark fog on the horizon. This island was none other than Savage God Island. Currently, the entirety of Savage God Island was surrounded by a large number of ships. However, after Blue Phoenix took a rough glance at these ships, her complexion darkened immediately. How is this possible? Her expression turned incomparably gloomy when she saw the ships anchored at Savage God Island. Miracle only dispatched 3 fleets? That was an outright lie. At this moment, there were more than 500 ships around Savage God Island. In other words, a total of 5 fleets were present. Moreover, just the small sailboats she could see from this distance numbered as many as 7, with mysterious iron speedboats numbering more than 10. Even Miracle's Pride, the giant crocodile warship, was here. Meanwhile, after noticing the appearance of Blue Phoenix's and Sherfang's fleets, these ships quickly went into action and started forming an encirclement around the 2 fleets. Vice Guild Leader Miles, just like you guessed, the fleet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion used to garrison Thunder Island has arrived. However, according to the report we received, it would seem that 0 Wing's fleet is also participating in the rescue operation this time. 0 Wing's fleet has 2 sailboats and several excellent speedboats. A Tier 2 ranger, the captain of one of Miracle's small sailboats, reported as he looked at Sherfang's fleet. Should we alter our original plans? 0 Wing. 1,000 Miles smiled when he heard this. This is interesting. Originally, I only planned on damaging and plundering Phoenix Reign's first fleet. But since 0 Wing has also joined the fray, we'll take 0 Wing's ships too. Notify the Water Ghost Legion to start the assault. He was very familiar with 0 Wing's one-horn sailboat, however. After the Thunder Island event, 0 Wing no longer operated in the Sea of Death. As a result, the one-horn sailboat also disappeared from everyone's eyes. Now that the one-horn sailboat reappeared, he could use this opportunity to take it for himself. 0 Wing's naval strength might have been frightening during the struggle on Thunder Island, but times had changed. The one-horn sailboat's combat power was no longer a threat to Miracle. Understood, the Ranger captain said excitedly, his eyes shining with greed as he looked at Blue Phoenix's and Sherfang's fleets. The operation this time was a huge jackpot. In anticipation of this moment, the Water Ghost Legion he led had been constantly honing itself in secret. Unlike legions that operated on land, the Water Ghost Legion specialized in naval combat. Every member of the Legion had acquired a sea-based legacy. Their combat power far surpassed normal players when at sea. Before them, a ship was no different from a stationary target, including the firepower of 5 fleets worth of ships. Annihilating an expert fleet was a piece of cake. Retreat. Everyone, leave the sea zone as quickly as possible. Blue Phoenix commanded hurriedly upon seeing Miracle's fleet mobilizing. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was clear for all to see. Fighting against a fleet of such a size and caliber was simply suicidal. The only thing they could do now was retreat. However, in terms of speed, Miracle's ships obviously had the upper hand. Very quickly, Miracle's ships completed their encirclement of Blue Phoenix's and Sherfang's fleets. Shortly after, a gigantic, dark gray warship stopped a short distance from the sailboat Blue Phoenix Road. The level 58, Tier 2 ranger standing on this warship's deck smiled as he looked at Blue Phoenix and said, "Blue Phoenix, long time no see. Although I lost to you in our previous battle, this time, I'll have you hand over all your ships to me. Or do you want me to slaughter every one of your men before taking your ships? I'm fine either way." Blue Phoenix's expression turned even uglier when she saw this level 58, Tier 2 ranger. The man's name was Wild Aggression, and he was the commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions. Recently, Wild Aggression had obtained a sea-based advanced legacy. Now, his strength out at sea was far stronger than his strength on land. His appearance here also meant that their chances of defeating Miracle's forces this time had become even smaller. "Since you're not willing to make a decision, I'll choose for you." Sending a glance at the Water Ghost Legion members behind him, Wild Aggression pointed forward and said, "Go, kill them all, but make sure not to damage my new ships. As for the items they drop, finders keepers." You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.